Good morning and welcome to the 13th meeting of the Education, Children and Young People Committee in 2025. The first item on our agenda is to welcome a new member to the committee, Joe Fitzpatrick, and invite him to declare any relevant declarations. Mr Fitzpatrick.
No declarations to declare.
Thank you very much. A formal welcome to the committee then, Mr Fitzpatrick, and could also place on record the thanks of the committee to Keith Brown for the work he did while he was a member. The next item on our agenda is consideration of the Education Scotland Bill at Stage 2, Day 1. I'd like to welcome Jenny Gilruth, Cabinet Secretary for Education and Skills, to the meeting along with her supporting officials. The officials seated at the table are here to support the Cabinet Secretary but are not able to speak in the debate on the amendments. Members should therefore direct their comments or questions for the Scottish Government to the Cabinet Secretary. Before we begin, I'll briefly explain the procedure we will be following this morning for anyone who is watching. The amendments that have been lodged on the bill have been grouped together. There will be one debate on each group of amendments. I will call the member who lodged the first amendment in that group to speak to and move that amendment and to speak to all other amendments in the group. I'll then call any other members who have lodged amendments in that group. Members who have not lodged amendments in the group but who wish to speak should catch my attention during the deliberations of that group. If she has not already spoken in the group, I'll then invite the Cabinet Secretary to contribute to the debate. The debate on the group will be concluded by me inviting the member who moved the first amendment in the group to wind up. Following the debate on each group, I will check whether the member who moved the first amendment in the group wishes to press it to a vote or to withdraw. If they wish to press ahead, I will put the question on that amendment. If a member wishes to withdraw their amendment after it has been moved, they must seek the agreement of other members to do so. If any member present objects, the committee immediately moves to a vote on the amendment. If any member does not want to move their amendment when called, they should say "not moved." Please note that any other member present may move such an amendment. If no one moves the amendment, I will immediately call the next amendment on the marshalled list. Only committee members are allowed to vote. Voting in any division will be by a show of hands, and it's important that members keep their hands clearly raised until the clerks have recorded the vote. And finally, the committee is required to indicate formally that it has considered and agreed each section of the bill, and so I will put the question on each section at the appropriate point. And with that, we move to the substantive business, and I start by saying the question is that Section 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 2 in the name of Ross Greer and a group of its own. Ross Greer to move and speak to Amendment 2. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, everybody. I move Amendment 2. The motivation behind this amendment is quite a simple one. It's based on the experiences that this committee's predecessor had last session in scrutinising the SQA. The SQA's, as far as I'm concerned, primary function is to serve learners in Scotland in delivery of qualifications relevant for them. But what we found last session was essentially mission creep in the SQA's commercial activities, resulting in a significant amount of time and energy of senior management at SQA in particular being diverted away from their core mission of serving learners here in Scotland, and resulting in pretty hard to justify levels of international travel, spending on pretty luxurious travel and accommodation, etc., and really taking their eye off the ball. And in so many ways, that's what's led us to this bill being necessary, the fact that we are abolishing the SQA and replacing them. So this amendment puts a pretty simple principle right at the start and makes it very clear that the founding principle of Qualifications Scotland is to support those who are undertaking its qualifications here in Scotland.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, Mr Greer's Amendment 2 calls for the addition of a founding principle for Qualifications Scotland, and this founding principle is stated as supporting and providing for those who are undertaking a qualification and those who are delivering a qualification in Scotland. And I have a number of concerns about how this is currently defined and the concept of a founding principle more generally. Firstly, if we were to have a founding principle, it would be imperative to grasp the full scope of services and activities undertaken by the qualifications body. So that encompasses many services and responsibilities which I do not believe have been captured in the text of this amendment. For example, the principle does not apply to the provision of services delivered out with Scotland or the full range of qualifications and assessment services that Qualifications will provide, Qualifications Scotland rather. I do, however, want to be clear that I agree it is important that Qualifications Scotland prioritises services which are delivered in Scotland. And as drafted, It's also not clear what is meant by support or provide for means. This could create a new role for Qualifications Scotland that is not designed to fulfil, such as provision of pastoral or counselling services, which do not sit easily, and nor should they, with the core functions of a national qualifications body. And as much as I agree with Mr Greer's focus on children, young people and adult learners, as well as teachers and practitioners, his founding principle does not mention the many other important stakeholders that Qualifications Scotland works with and supports, not least in higher education, business and industry, as well as other third-party stakeholders and public organisations. I also have a more general concern, which is that the insertion of any kind of founding principle could lead to unintended consequences. It is never possible to know in advance how something like this could be held to affect other provisions in the bill, which seem on the face of it to be absolute in their terms. That kind of lack of predictability or transparency is not something I would want to risk. For these reasons, I cannot support this amendment. However, I note that Mr Greer's amendment in Group 7, proposes something slightly more straightforward around the body's functions. And while there would be areas to address here, I would hope that it might be possible to work with him to do something in that space, rather than him pressing this amendment today.
Okay, Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 2.
Thanks, Convener, and I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her comments, and she quite rightly points out my Amendment 3 in a later group covers very similar ground. I think the Cabinet Secretary's specific concerns around drafting of the amendment are perfectly understandable. What I'm really trying to get at here, and what I'm looking to get reassurance from the Government on the record about, is that the Government is unequivocal that Qualifications Scotland's public service duties here in Scotland will be a greater priority than its international commercial activity. That's the core motivation behind this, because by the end of the SQA's term, or certainly by the pandemic, it's been slightly different since then, but by the time we got to the pandemic, there was not that clear hierarchy of priorities within the organisation. So if the Cabinet Secretary were able to intervene on me and assure me that the Government's position is that those core public service responsibilities here in Scotland will be a higher priority than the international commercial activity, and that we can work together on a Stage 3 amendment on that basis, I would be happy not to press at this stage.
Happy to provide the member with that reassurance. I recall the issues that he spoke to, and I actually think it was when he and I were at the Education Committee in the last session that we addressed these issues with the SQA at that time. So I very much recognise the challenge he puts in that regard. Happy to give him that assurance and to work with him further on that in relation to Stage 3 amendments.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that, and on that basis, I will not press Amendment 2 to a vote.
It's a bit easy. I'm just checking. Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment number 2. Does any member object? There is no objection. Therefore, I call Amendment 115 in the name of Willie Rennie, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 116 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 117 and 219 due to preemptions. Amendments 117 and 219 are direct alternatives. That is, they can both be moved and decided on. The text of whichever is the last agreed to is what will appear in the bill. If Amendment 133 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 37 in the group Qualifications Scotland annual reports due to a preemption. If Amendment 134 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 135 due to a preemption. If Amendment 137 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 138 due to a preemption. If Amendment 206 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 207 due to a preemption. Willie Rennie to move Amendment 115 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Rennie.
Thanks very much, Convener. I think the plethora of amendments in this grouping is an indication that there's a problem. And the fact that the Cabinet Secretary quite late on has moved or proposed an amendment which proposes a 2-year review period is also an indication that the Government accepts that there now is a problem, which I think is a step in the right direction. There is a plethora, and as the conveners just set out, it's quite a complicated set of considerations that we've got. But I hope this debate manages to elicit some clarity about perhaps the preferred option, which either is agreed at this stage or is at Stage 3. But the start of this was obviously primarily during the pandemic when we had difficulties with the SQA. But more recently, with the higher history debacle, I think it crystallised the problem. And in fact, the Chief Examiner herself identified the issue. She said quite clearly, and I'm paraphrasing, that it was her job to do the checking of the higher history process and the examinations. And that was supremely logical, but I think it was unsatisfactory that effectively internally, with some external oversight, the SQA was marking its own homework. And I think we need to try and move away from that event happening again. We've moved through this set of reforms to separate the Inspectorate from Education Scotland because we don't want the government agencies or the public agencies marking their own homework. That equally applies in this circumstance as well, where we can't have the new qualifications body marking its own homework, as was happening with the higher history arrangements. Now, we've got a number of different options, and I'm grateful for other members who have proposed various alternatives. But housing the accreditation regulation function in the SEQF, the Inspectorate, removing regulation function altogether, having a separate regulator, which the convener is proposing, Education Scotland or Curriculum Scotland, as Pam Duncan-Glancy is bringing forward, or the Cabinet Secretary, with a review after 2 years. Now, I'm open to all of those, and I think the debate should elicit some clarity on all that. But we need to have some change. We cannot just carry on as we are, because this is our opportunity. This set of reforms won't come along very often, which is why I won't support the Cabinet Secretary's review over 2 years, although I can understand that. I just wish the Government had proposed this 2 years ago, and we may be in a position now where we'll be able to legislate for something different. Now, the 3 tests or aims for me are independence from the Government, avoiding marking its own homework with the new qualifications body, and actually keeping our costs to a minimum. No new quango, no new public body. I think those are 3 legitimate aims. And none of the proposals today meet all of those criteria, which is the challenge that we face. The SCQF have highlighted in their own briefing that there continues to be a conflict. Education Scotland, perhaps, is too close to government. A new body, additional costs. The Inspectorate. I'm not quite sure what the criticism the Inspectorate taken it on, but maybe the Cabinet Secretary could clarify that a little bit more. But the status quo has got a problem as well, because we continue to have the conflict of interest. So therefore, I don't think we can carry on as we are. We need to look for change. So I'm open to the arguments that will be set out today. I think we may be looking at not just moving the accreditation function somewhere else in terms of a merger, but we could look at a hosting in order to cut our costs. So you could place it in a variety of different bodies, and that body provides the HR or finance support arrangements. So there are a number of different models that I hope we'll be able to debate this morning. But with that, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 73 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank Mr Rennie for explaining the thinking behind his amendments, and without wanting to preempt anything said by Ms Duncan-Glancy or by Mr Kerr, I recognise the strength of feeling from committee members regarding the location of the accreditation function, and indeed we discussed this substantively during Stage 1, and it is a key recommendation from the committee Stage 1 report. The decision regarding the location of the accreditation function predates my time as Cabinet Secretary. However, as members know, the Scottish Government did undertake a full exploration at that time, using criteria which included, as I think Mr Rennie has alluded to, value for money, independence from ministers, continuity of service, effectiveness of existing services and level of disruption for staff. That also included extensive engagement with key accreditation stakeholders, so for example, other public and charitable bodies such as Education Scotland, the Scottish Funding Council, Skills Development Scotland, the SEQF Partnership and Quality Assurance Agency for Higher Education in Scotland, 25 awarding bodies who deliver qualifications in Scotland and staff at SQA Accreditation, the SQA Accreditation Committee, staff of regulation organisations in England and Wales such as Ofqual and Qualifications Wales. The Government looked closely at a number of alternative locations. Those included the new Inspectorate, Education Scotland, the SEQF Partnership and amongst others including SDS, the Scottish Funding Council and establishing a standalone NDPB. Now, following that analysis, locating the accreditation function within Qualifications Scotland was identified as the strongest option at that time. And Amendment 167 from Mr Rennie seeks to locate the accreditation function with the new Office of the Chief Inspector. That amendment, as drafted, risks simply moving the issue identified by the OECD and Professor Muir to another body. The committee also heard evidence reflecting this position from an education inspector when they attended the committee on behalf of the 1st Division Association, the FDA Union, and staff at the Inspectorate and Education Scotland. So the framework and operation of accreditation is very different from the inspection of educational establishments. Therefore, different governance, accountability and operational arrangements, so those include the staff and skills to deliver the functions, would be needed for each function, as well as having different relationships with Scottish ministers. Happy to do so.
I thank Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention, but given the difference, I don't think it would be beyond the will or wit of government to move staff with the capabilities. But also, given that difference, surely that is a sensible place to put accreditation rather than leave it in the qualifications body that has zero difference and is far more about marking its own homework. So the Cabinet Secretary appears to be suggesting that there is a difference and therefore that could be a useful separation.
I'm not necessarily sure I would agree with the member's point, but I want to come on to address more substantially some of the issues she raises. The point I'm trying to make is that all of these other bodies were considered a number of years ago now, prior to my time in office, and there was a decision at that time made that the status quo, whilst not ideal, was the preferable place for accreditation to rest. But I recognise and reflect the views of committee in bringing forward the government's amendment today. I'll come on to talk to what that government amendment speaks to more generally. There is a lack of alignment between the priorities of the quality assurance function more broadly, because the new inspectorate's focus is on schools and, as I say, other educational settings, whereas the accreditation function is primarily focused on vocational, professional and tertiary education, while supporting the raising of quality and standards. An important element amongst all these factors is also affordability, which Mr Rennie quite rightly alighted on. The Inspectorate would need a significant increase in funding and resource in order for the accreditation function to be able to operate within this type of public body. And this is compared to being in Qualifications Scotland. Happy to do so.
Wouldn't it simply be a case, though, of taking the existing allocation of resources that is in Education Scotland and moving it to somewhere else? I mean, that's not an increase, that's a simple transfer of resources.
Well, on that point, it's not Education Scotland the function would be moving from, it would be moving from SQA. However, in relation to the resources that are associated with accreditation at the current time, as I think the committee heard evidence from the previous Chief Inspector, there is a broader issue in relation to the scope of accreditation which does not apply to all qualifications at the current time. So the government amendment seeks to look at that scope and consider in its totality whether accreditation needs to apply across the board, and there are arguments in favour and against that. The SEQF submission that I think the committee took this week talks to some of the challenges there in taking an evidence-based approach. But more broadly, there is a requirement for us to look at budget associated with this, which we expect would increase, and any movement from SQA we expect would also be associated with increased start-up costs that I will come on to talk to in more detail next. If we left the accreditation function within Qualifications Scotland, the function will of course benefit from the transitioning shared services arrangements that I think Mr Rennie also spoke to. It is an unaffordable option at this time where the education budget is already stretched, as members are aware. So I do ask Mr Rennie not to press his Amendment 167 and related amendments, for the same reason I would ask Mr Kerr not to press his Amendment 316, which has broadly the same effect as Mr Rennie's proposals, by conferring the accreditation functions on the Chief Inspector. For similar reasons, I cannot support Amendment 287 from Mr Rennie, which seeks to move the accreditation function to the SEQF. Members know that the location of the accreditation moving to be within the SEQF was, as I alluded to, previously given full consideration. However, there were a number of risks identified with this option at that time. And I note, as I mentioned, I think in my response to Mr Kerr, that the SEQF partnership has since reaffirmed those challenges and risks in a letter they issued to committee last week. And in this letter, they highlight the confidence they have in the current arrangements and have committed to working with Qualifications Scotland to further improve their shared confidence in each other. Another crucial factor was the identity and distinction between the SEQF rating function and the SQA accreditation function. Unlike the SQA function, the SEQF covers all types of qualifications, including degrees and diplomas. It recognises and measures learning quite differently, using a system where credit bodies allocate credit points dependent on how long it takes to achieve that learning. Another important consideration is the organisational status of the SEQF partnership compared to the accreditation function. The SEQF partnership is an independent registered charity, and there are clear benefits to this system, recognised and supported by stakeholders of this independence remaining. This independence is not recognised by Mr Rennie's amendments, which create an ability for Scottish ministers to determine the SEQF partnership's functions. And this difference in status also risks the accreditation function no longer being strategically accountable to ministers as it is currently being a non-departmental public body. This means it will be much more challenging, for example, to ensure accreditation meets the needs of the Scottish Government's priorities for qualifications. So, for example, if accreditation was to move to the SCQF and an incident or issue was to arise, Scottish ministers would be limited in their ability to intervene to help to address that. Without this accountability to ministers, the level of accountability the accreditation function would have to the Scottish Parliament would be significantly reduced from current arrangements. Now, turning to staff, which I think Mr Rennie also spoke to, this move would significantly change the status of employment for current accreditation staff. They would no longer be public servants. Instead, they would be employed by a charity. This risk also does not take account of the loss of skills and expertise that may occur if staff do not want to move with this change in employment terms. Other factors include disruption to services and concerns around the capacity and resource of the SCQF partnership to meet the needs of both functions. So I therefore ask Mr Rennie not to press Amendment 287 and related amendments. And turning to Amendment 291 from Ms Duncan Glancy, which seeks to locate the accreditation function within Education Scotland. Members will know that Education Scotland is an executive agency of the Scottish Government. Therefore, this amendment would bring the accreditation function under much closer control of Scottish ministers, something which I do not think members would want to see. Yes, I will.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary is quite legitimately laying out what the challenges are with each of these amendments. Willie Rennie opened the group by acknowledging that of all the proposals here, none meet the three criteria that I think we've all coalesced around. But there's also quite clearly a majority on this committee and in Parliament for us to resolve this issue now through this bill, not through the review that the Scottish Government is proposing. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise that, and would she be willing to facilitate some kind of cross-party discussion to reach a solution ahead of stage 3? Because if that was the case, I would urge members not to press amendments in this group and for us to go away and try and resolve this. If the government can't recognise that there is a majority to address it through this bill, then I and others will be forced to choose the least worst of the options in front of us now.
I'm more than happy to recognise the points that Mr Greer has made and to give him that assurance. Of course, I have been engaging throughout the Stage 2 process in advance of today with members on a cross-party basis. I have not heard a clear view from members unilaterally on the positioning of where accreditation should sit, but I think the member makes an important point, and of course the amendment from government does speak to us. It does compel government to take action in relation to accreditation, so there has been movement from government recognising the strength of feeling from committee members. More broadly, I've spoken about the risks associated with moving accreditation to Education Scotland, that coming closer to ministerial control, which I think committee members know is not supported by stakeholders. There would also more broadly potentially be an issue in relation to the alignment between the priorities of the agency Education Scotland and the accreditation function, and again a change in employment status for staff. So again, we'd ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press Amendment 291 and those related amendments. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 295 seeks to remove the accreditation function from Qualifications Scotland and locate it in a new body called Curriculum Scotland alongside curriculum functions. I cannot support this amendment for a number of reasons. The Government looked very closely at the benefits of locating the accreditation function in a new, smaller, standalone NDPB. And while it would provide an appropriate degree of independence from ministers, there were a range of factors against this. This included, as I alluded to in my response to Mr Kerr, start-up costs alone estimated to be between £400,000 to £600,000. There would also be significant recurring costs for overheads and corporate costs such as estates, HR, finance and IT, all of which accreditation currently benefits from being part of a larger NDPB. And under this new setup with those additional functions, these factors would be much greater. Similarly, as I've highlighted earlier, it's clear that the accreditation function would not strategically align with the functions of curriculum, creating unnecessary confusion within the system when I think we've all agreed that reform is about simplifying the education system. In addition, I will do.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention, and I'll have an opportunity to explain a wee bit more shortly, I'm sure. But does the Cabinet Secretary not accept, though, that the recommendations of the Government's own chosen expert who published the report on this, Professor Muir, doesn't share the concerns about those two functions being in the same body? And why does the Government not agree with the expert?
Well, I'm happy to take the intervention from Ms Duncan Glancy. I've alluded to the extensive engagement that was undertaken prior to my time in office, considering a range of different bodies. There is not a unilateral view in relation to where the accreditation function should sit, and I think there wasn't one stemming from the Stage 1 report additionally, but there is a strength of feeling from committee members on this, and I accept that, which is where the government amendment takes us to. But I think more broadly, if we were to create a new NDPB to accommodate accreditation, that would contravene the government's public service reform position that no new, smaller public bodies should be established. So we also must be mindful of cost to the taxpayer in that regard. I would also argue that making a decision to set up Curriculum Scotland as a new body via an amendment without detailed analysis and consultation is highly questionable, particularly given the significant policy, legal, financial and delivery risks, and I will talk more to this when we come to Group 20. And finally, similar to some of the other options, this amendment risks further complexity of the national educational infrastructure, potential disruption to services due to the significant change involved, and potential changes in terms and conditions to staff. So I therefore ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press Amendment 295. In summary, I cannot support the non-government amendments in this group, as these are all as a consequence of removing the accreditation function from Qualifications Scotland. I would, however, ask members of the committee to take into account the full range of measures the government is taking to ensure that appropriate separation between the accreditation and awarding function of Qualifications Scotland. Those measures proposed in the bill are significant and, in my view, will provide the necessary separation. And in addition to the legislation, I've also commissioned the Chair of the SQA to advise on additional measures at an operational level to further strengthen the separation and provide that reassurance to the public and MSPs about the integrity of accreditation. But nevertheless, I accept that this is a complex issue and it is important we get it right. That's why I have proposed Amendment 73, which will ensure that this issue is revisited through a statutory review of the operation of the Bill's accreditation provisions. This would include both the location and the scope of accreditation, which was the point I was making in response to Mr Kerr's point, as currently drafted, and that draws on the 2 years of operation of these provisions. This would not only ensure that smooth transition to the new body and continuity of service provision, but it would enable us to consider the wider implications for the education and skills sectors. A report of the review would be laid before Parliament so that this committee could consider it, and I understand members might have concerns about the 2-year period being too long, which I think we've heard already this morning. I would be happy to work with members to reduce that period, which I hope answers some of the points made by Mr Greer. It is a complex issue that covers many interests, and I'm committed to ensuring that we get this right. The Government's amendment will enable us, though, to have that detailed consideration that is required in relation to the location of accreditation, so we can ensure that any changes reflect the interests of all of those who use and rely on the accreditation function, which, as you know, goes beyond the immediate education sector. So I would ask members to support my Amendment 73 in preference to the other amendments in this group. Convener.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I call Pam Duncan Glancy to speak to Amendment 291 and other amendments in the group. Pam Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And prematurely, I should have said good morning to the Cabinet Secretary earlier when I was intervening, and thank you for appearing before us. I have to say, I'm quite disappointed that on one of the most contested aspects of the government's version of the bill, the Cabinet Secretary is setting out that the government are not prepared to accept any other amendments other than the government's. I don't think that is in the spirit of how I thought the Cabinet Secretary was engaging in this process, nor how the people who gave evidence to this committee would expect it. And indeed, some other members of this committee surprised me slightly in the approach as well. This really does get to the heart of why we're here and why we have this bill. To say it's been a long time coming, I think, is a bit of an understatement, and the Cabinet Secretary rightly points out that it predates her, and it predates a previous Cabinet Secretary, of course, and I think the Education Bill goes back to the current First Minister, whose Education Bill didn't succeed. So we're in quite a long period of time here, during which learners, staff in schools, staff indeed in the SQA and all of the other bodies in education in Scotland have been left in limbo. And for the Cabinet Secretary to come with an amendment that merely puts them further into limbo for another 2 years really isn't satisfactory in my view. The case for separating the accreditation function from Qualifications Scotland has been made by not just people who gave evidence to this committee, but by the OECD, by Professor Muir, and indeed by some other of the government's own advisers. The bill doesn't implement any meaningful reform in this regard. It doesn't, I think, address some of the issues of credibility that have come around, or incredibility, if that's the way to describe it, as a result of some of the practices, shall we say, of the current Qualifications Authority, which my colleague Ross Greer has already alluded to, not least, of course, the 2020 exam debacle, where the poorest students were downgraded. So the profession and pupils and experts have all spoken with clarity on this, and they've all said that failing to separate the accreditation function makes this really a bit of a performative exercise, and does stop short of meaningful reform, I'm afraid, and allowing the Qualifications Agency to mark its own homework really would damage credibility. We need credibility back in the system, and that is what the amendments in my name do, and the amendments that I've supported in Will Rennie's name do. The good thing about this grouping, I can say, is that the government have options. They have a lot of options in this. To say they won't pick any and they instead will go with a 2-year review of it all is disappointing. My amendment 291, of course, places the accreditation function into Education Scotland. 357 is a consequential to that. Amendment 292 places a duty on Education Scotland to prepare and publish an annual report in line with the accreditation function. And as previously said, the purpose of these is to give the separation of functions, as Ken Muir's report, Placing Learners at the Centre, suggested. I will take an intervention.
Thank you, and I thank the member for taking an intervention. Can I ask if you've taken any consultation, had any consultation with the stakeholders in this regard?
I thank the member for that intervention. Well, the member will have sat through several stakeholder sessions with me in this committee, and so I've taken not only the same evidence from stakeholders that the members heard in committee, which I think reflects the amendments we've put, but also out with this, I've engaged with Education Scotland, I've engaged with SCQF, I've engaged with inspectors, previous inspectorates, I've engaged with Ken Muir, and so on and so forth, pupils, parents and the profession. So I have, of course, as the member would expect, engaged widely on this. Placing accreditation in Education Scotland, I think, could ensure that we have a robust and respected qualifications system where the awarding body is not marking its own homework. Contrary to the Cabinet Secretary's concerns around the resourcing, I actually think that there are ways and means to ensure the simple transition of resource transfer. I think my colleague Stephen Kerr made that point earlier. So I think the resource implications of this wouldn't be to the extent that should preclude it from being an option. And of course, just for clarity, the function does not, in my amendment, apply to accreditation of degrees. Yes.
Thank you, Convener. The member made a number of issues. First, in relation to a point I think she made at the start of her contribution, this bill does not go back to the current First Minister's time as Education Secretary. I think it is a result of some of the issues that the member talked to in relation to the pandemic, and of course the report from Professor Muir, which essentially create the catalyst for change in the education system and lead us ultimately to the bill that we are discussing today. But in relation to the movement of the accreditation function to Education Scotland, there would be a resourcing implication. I've set out some of the costs that we think would be associated with that. But the other point I haven't yet heard the member reflect on, it would be helpful to hear, is the scoping of what that would include. So the SEQF, in their letter to committee, are quite clear about taking an evidence-based approach. Not all qualifications in Scotland are accredited at the current time. So if we were to look more broadly at accrediting all qualifications, for example, including those that are currently delivered in schools, that would necessarily increase the associated costs. Those things have not been considered in the round, which is why the government amendment gives us time to do that. I hope the member can perhaps reflect that. More broadly, if I were to accept the member's amendment, which I don't think should sit in Education Scotland, because the nature of accreditation is not really in the spirit of what Education Scotland deliver at the current time as an executive agency of ministers, it brings it much closer to government. But more broadly, it would delay education reform because we have not undertaken the associated scoping that would sit with that work. So it would delay the bill having delivered on what stakeholders expect us to deliver on. And I am constantly, as Cabinet Secretary, being asked to move at pace in relation to this bill and to move forward. So I hope the member will recognise that movement, this stage in the day at stage 2, would delay education reform. However, I accept the strength of feeling on accreditation. The Government has moved in that regard on a previous decision taken before my time in relation to Amendment 73. I've also said to Mr Greer I'm happy to work on a cross-party basis in advance of stage 3 to make sure we get this right and to compel the Government to look again at accreditation. but I hope she recognises some of the challenge at the current time at moving at this time in relation to stage 2 on an issue that I don't think we have covered in relation to the necessary scoping or the resource implications.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention. And with respect to the Cabinet Secretary's comments about the scoping, I would have hoped the Government would have been doing some of this work ahead of bringing a bill on it. And I think that given the clarity with which experts and the profession and others have spoken, I think it is a bit late in the day to come and say to a member of the committee that scoping will take too long and delay the bill when the Cabinet Secretary's own amendment delays any action on that by 2 years. So I'm afraid I don't accept that point. On the point about the scoping and getting that right, the Cabinet Secretary will have noted that subsection 5 in my amendment on Education Scotland provides regulation-making powers for the ministers to provide further details, to give the Government and the committee opportunities to scrutinise the detail of the establishment of the accreditation function and delivery and address the concerns that the Cabinet Secretary has raised. So contrary to the Government's amendment, which says we'll review it over a 2-year period, and I take the point that she said that the Cabinet Secretary said that they could look to bring that forward a bit, I still think it's a bit of a delaying tactic if I'm honest. My amendment would get things moving very quickly and give the Government the scope they need for the extra time it appears they also need to look at the scoping that they probably should have done before they brought the bill in the first place. Yes.
I'm very grateful to Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking an intervention, and I'll just make note of my declaration of interest with regard to former employment in education. Given the interesting contribution from Ross Green and the clear openness from the Cabinet Secretary with regard to discussions, is this not perhaps a position where, if none of the amendments were moved, it would facilitate an environment to reach a conclusion at stage 3 that might bring with it an urgency that's seen outside of this place to rectify this problem, but also provide a timetable where all parties together could perhaps seek a solution? I'm grateful.
I thank the member for that contribution, and I think it's clear that action does need to be taken. I'd like to think that the whole Parliament, were it to look at all of these amendments, would consider the Government amendment the least satisfactory of all of the options. And given the Government's concerns about scope and the other options, I think there is enough in the drafting, which I suppose I should also have said this earlier, and forgive me, Convener, for not doing it. I'd like to thank the clerks and the legislation team for all the work that they've put in, because it's quite a lot of work has gone into providing the amendments for this piece of legislation. I'd like to thank them for doing so. So hopefully, if that were the opportunity at stage 3 to do that, then the Parliament could come to a view on what it would prefer. My Amendment 295, to bring us on to that, places the accreditation function into a new body, Curriculum Scotland, set up by Amendment 293 in a later grouping, and the Cabinet Secretary's alluded to some of that in her contribution already. The creation of Curriculum Scotland, I have to say, as a standalone body, is probably my preferred option. And it is so because I think that in Ken Muir's report he said that we should be setting up an agency to comprise the current support and improvement functions of Education Scotland and the SQA's Accreditation Regulation Directorate. I think my amendments do this. The amendments further in the groupings allow us later in the stage, I will in 2 seconds, the amendments later in the later grouping explain what I think the functions could also be as part of that organisation, and I'll save that for then. But there is scope, again, for some regulation powers to take the point that the Cabinet Secretary makes about potential consultation and scope, and I'll give way to my colleague John Mason.
Thanks, Pam Duncan-Glancy, for giving way. Setting up a completely new body does somewhat fly in the face of where Parliament seems to be going, and especially the Finance Committee is very keen on, in not setting up completely new bodies. I mean, there's a considerable cost to this. Scotland's a small country. We should be able, surely, to do things in a more simple way and actually have fewer public bodies rather than increasing them.
I thank the member for that contribution. And in actual fact, in the creation of Curriculum Scotland, much of the functions that we see in Education Scotland, but with the improved function that Ken Muir, of course, speaks about, and the Accreditation and the Regulation Directorate in it, I think would help bring coherence to the education landscape as opposed to clutter it. And in doing so, I think there would be scope to move current functions and the resources that are associated with them in doing it. I take members' points about cost. I'll take the intervention.
I thank the member for giving way. She talked to moving and the associated costs of movement. And for example, I alluded to in my commentary staff costs and staff terms and conditions. Has she given any thought to how long that process would take? I'm very mindful of this bill taking effect and having an impact in our schools where it should be having an impact as quickly as possible. This is about fundamentally driving reform forward. So some of my challenge here as Cabinet Secretary is that any reconsideration of establishing a new body, as I think we've heard from Mr Mason, would have associated costs, but it would also take time. So as the member scoped the timing associated with how staff would move across and the duration of time or delay that might create in relation to education reform.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention, and I hope that the Government would be able to work with us to look at aspects of such implementation. But I would come back again to the Cabinet Secretary to say I'm not prepared to accept that it is committee members or opposition members' burden to bear that there is any delay here. That is the government's. This bill has been brought in the government's timetabling. It has been delayed in the past. It has taken far too long to get here, and the fact that it needs over 300 amendments is unfortunate. Because if the bill had been stronger and had built on the recommendations of the previous suggestions that had come through the expert reports, then we wouldn't be in this position, and the government and its resource and capacity and great expertise would have been able to answer all these questions before we got to this stage. So my amendment number 295 places accreditation function into Curriculum Scotland. This agency, I think, would be able to drive forward the changes that we need in the curriculum. I will bring in just let me get to the end of what this amendment does, if that's all right. But I will bring you in Jackie Dunbar. So what I think it does is present opportunities that came from the extensive research that actually a lot of the reviews have done, not just Ken Muir's, but the National Conversation Review on education and others. I think it could ensure the expertise of subject specialists and the needs and views of young people are taken into account when the curriculum has been developed. And I think that having the accreditation function there as well could be a really useful coherence in the system. I think doing this in Curriculum Scotland, to me, kills two birds with one stone, for want of another way of describing it, is probably the most cost-effective way to do everything that has been suggested in the Placing Learners at the Future of Education in Ken Muir's paper. And I think will ensure qualifications are developed and accredited in conjunction with the aspirations and ambitions of the national curriculum. And I'll take the intervention from the member.
I thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking another intervention. I do actually appreciate it, and I'm listening very intently to what she's saying. Can I ask her what role does she think Education Scotland's going to have going forward if Curriculum Scotland is going to be created? Because would it not be duplicating efforts already in place? Could you maybe expand on how you think it's going to work?
I thank the member for that intervention. Far from duplicating process, I think what this will do will bring the coherence that all of the experts have said in their evidence that they've given to this committee and in Ken Muir's report. And I know I keep referring to that, but I think most people around this table can accept that that report was pivotal in this discussion. I think it would allow us to really do what we need to do, which is reform the function, ensure the accreditation function is separated from the Scottish Qualifications Authority, or Qualifications Scotland as the bill would set up, and bring curriculum to the forefront. We're in a situation just now where we know one of the reasons why assessment, for example, the Professor Hayward review was brought forward, is because a lot of what goes on in schools in terms of teaching is being driven by exams, and the members heard evidence on that. We need to be in a situation where curriculum is driven by what is needed in the future for young people in Scotland to learn and to contribute to society in whatever way they wish as adults. Doing that requires us not to have the exams driving curriculum, but in fact them working in a much different way than they are just now. I think the suite of amendments that I've put forward do that. I'm straying into some of the arguments for the later groupings on Curriculum Scotland, but we have to accept the fact that countless reports have said that the structures are not right. We know that the distance between the frontline professionalism and the government decision-making is quite big and cluttered in the middle. My amendments try and give a suite of options to the government to bring more coherence to that, and I would like to think that we could get some support of them at this stage. In conclusion, you'll be pleased to hear, Convener, other amendments in this group that I've supported alongside Willie Rennie 115, 116, 118, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 132, 133, 134, 137, 139 and 206, all lodged and spoken in behalf of Willie Rennie, are consequentials, of course, by the options that have been presented by both 291, 295 and the other amendments in this group. And I would encourage members across the committee to accept that there are several options in front of them to do what we know pupils, staff, trade unions, experts all want us to do, and that is separate the accreditation function from SQA and Qualifications Scotland to put trust back in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Duncan Glancy. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 316 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. I'm grateful to all who have contributed to the debate so far. I'm at a bit of a loss when the Cabinet Secretary talks about further time for more detailed consideration. This seems to have been an eternal consideration of detail, and that's what this bill was supposed to address. For the bill itself, then, to effectively say we're going to have an even more elongated period of further consideration seems quite ridiculous, really. And I'm not entirely sure that I understand why the Cabinet Secretary, and maybe she would like to intervene and explain why, because it might be something very simple, why she's at pains to point out that the Muir report came before her time in office. I'm not sure what I am to infer from what she's saying. I'm happy to give way for her to clarify that, but there's been repeated references to this happened before I was in office, this is before my time. I'm hoping that isn't some kind of diplomatic disowning of the Muir report.
To provide Mr Kerr with clarity on that, no, it is not. The point I was making was that a decision was reached on this some time ago in relation to the Government's position on accreditation. But I, as Cabinet Secretary, have listened to and engaged extensively with this committee on the purposes of accreditation and have reflected that in the Government amendment today. I thought that's something that Mr Kerr would have welcomed, a listening Cabinet Secretary.
Well, anyone listening is to be welcomed, Cabinet Secretary, so congratulations on that particular learning skill. So before I address the amendments specifically, and specifically, of course, the one in my name, Amendment 316, I would like to echo what Pam Duncan Glancy said a few moments ago about the Bill team. They've done a fantastic job at helping, particularly myself, frankly, craft amendments out of a flow of unconscious or conscious consciousness when it came to how this bill might be improved. And I think there are many aspects that the bill can be improved in. And so I want to address 316 and speak to the full suite of amendments in Group 2. I do believe that it's important that we take time to debate this, and I'm glad we're doing that, because this, to me, is one of the most consequential debates that we will have at Stage 2. Because the issue before us is not simply one of administrative structure or functional reallocation, it's a question of institutional credibility and public trust. Unless we properly and decisively reform the way accreditation is handled in Scottish education, we will have failed to learn the lessons of the past and failed those who called for this bill in the first place. At the heart of this group is the question, as Willie Rennie rightly framed it at the outset, of whether Qualifications Scotland, the successor of the SQA, should be permitted to continue overseeing the accreditation of qualifications which it also awards. The marking their own homework scenario, which was what we currently have. The bill as introduced retains this dual function, albeit behind internal governance barriers. But I say clearly today that this is not sufficient, and I think that view reflects expert and stakeholder views. We need a structure which doesn't see a repetition of the kind of reputational damage that the SQA has suffered, which I would put is in large measure because of this very structure, a structure that enables a conflict of interest between the design and delivery of qualifications on the one hand and the quality assurance of those same qualifications on the other. And this was very much the view, undeniably, the view of Professor Ken Muir, whose report we all, I think, welcomed, putting learners at the centre. Included in that report were these words: the accreditation function of the SQA should be removed from the new qualifications body to ensure greater independence. It was crystal clear what that considerable and weighty and, I think, incredibly positive report, which we all welcomed, said. So, yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. Would you accept, though, that it's all very easy to say that there's a problem, and we might all accept that, but there's not a neat solution? And would you accept that whatever we do here, it's not perfect? It might be a little bit better, a little bit worse than what we have at the moment, but there isn't a neat and tidy solution that ticks all the boxes.
No, I mean, for heaven's sake, we're all politicians. I mean, the idea that we're going to come up with the perfect solution on anything that we discuss. I mean, things change. The landscape changes. I mean, perfection is not really what we should shouldn't allow perfection to get in the way of being pragmatic. And I think what I'm hoping that we'll see as a result of the discussion, the debate that we're having now, will be some pragmatic consideration to fulfilling, again, I repeat, what Ken Muir's report said, and frankly was at the heart of his report, that there should be a separation of accreditation and awarding functions. He goes on, Ken Muir, to say that having the same body both advise on, develop and accredit qualifications is essentially marking its own homework. He actually uses that phrase, and when he appeared before the Education Committee some time ago when I was on the committee, he went to great lengths to underscore these concerns he had. Now, that is not a sustainable foundation for any public institution, especially not one with such a pivotal role in shaping educational and professional opportunity across Scotland and everything that hangs on that. This fundamental problem is what my amendment, Amendment 316, is designed to correct. It proposes that the accreditation function should be removed entirely from Qualifications Scotland and instead vested in the Chief Inspector of Education, a post which this bill seeks to establish as a genuinely independent office. That's why I'm delighted to support and add my name to all of, or many, of the amendments that Willie Rennie has put forward in this area. The Chief Inspector by nature and design is an evaluator, not a deliverer, and placing accreditation within the Inspectorate ensures institutional separation between the awarding of qualifications and the setting of the standards by which those qualifications are approved. Yes.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. When you're talking about giving the accreditation to the Chief Inspectorate, how do you envisage them to then continue to fulfil the role that they're currently doing? Because that's given them extra duties. And has this, what your suggestion, is that taken place elsewhere before? Is there a precedence for this?
I'm going to come on to the issue of what has happened elsewhere. If you will forgive me, I will come to that. The chief comment I think you're making, Jackie Dunbar, is does this create a more weighty office, the Chief Inspector's office? And yes, it does. Undoubtedly it does, and I acknowledge that. And I come back to what I said to John Mason, and that Willie Rennie also said, is that there is no perfect solution, but what we must achieve in this bill is the separation of these functions. And I'm putting forward the proposal that that separation, from my part, having considered all the options and spoken to lots of people, as I'm sure we all have, is best suited by moving it into the Chief Inspector's office. Now, if I may return to my amendment, this proposal does not arise in a vacuum. It follows directly from the conclusions of the OECD review, Scotland's Curriculum for Excellence into the Future, because in that report, the OECD said Scotland's system is heavily governed relative to its scale and the number of schools. the multiple layers of governance can complicate implementation processes by generating additional policy priorities and supplementary materials with little coordination. And in that context, the OECD specifically recommended, again, that we should have a standalone agency that handles curriculum and assessment, and with independent scrutiny being built into the design of new national institutions. And that is largely where Ken Muir went as well. But the issue here is not just conceptual or theoretical. It's deeply pragmatic, it's practical. Because as the SPICE briefing explains, and I know the Cabinet Secretary has gone to great lengths to talk about cost, etc., in her response to previous speakers, the SQA's accreditation work comprises only a small percentage of its operational activity. I think SPICE briefing suggests it's £1 million out of a £107 million budget. Yet it is this work which gives the system its integrity. Accreditation is the gate. Yes.
I'm listening carefully to what Mr Kerr is saying. Does he accept that accreditation does not apply at the current time to all qualifications, and that therefore the point I made on scope earlier on is relevant here? Because he has consistently referenced Professor Muir's report, and I think it is worthwhile putting on the record, Convener, that Professor Muir did not consider the scope of accreditation. The scale of that scope was not looked at through the review, and more broadly how that would interact with the wider sector. So I hear the challenge he's putting, but I'm not necessarily sure that the answer he is proposing today gives us the long-term solution. And yes, budget is relevant here, but the other part that's relevant is the scope in relation to accreditation and whether or not you apply that across the board to all qualifications, which inherently would generate significant additional costs.
Well, the Cabinet Secretary makes a lot of valid points here, but I would simply point out that we are at a stage 2 of an education bill where we as a Parliament have to consider a set of options by which we deliver on the expert stakeholder view, which is there needs to be a separation of accreditation and awarding of qualifications. And the
Mr Kerr is accepting the invitation. It's not me, Cabinet Secretary. I'll just check. Yes, Cabinet Secretary.
Mr Kerr would indulge me.
Mr
Kerr would indulge me. He talks to experts, and I just wonder if I could draw his attention back to the evidence the committee has received from the SEQF, who advised that they would encourage any future deliberations on this issue to focus on addressing only evidence risks within the current qualification system in Scotland, not least due to the current fiscal operating environment. The SEQFs are also an expert in this. I'm not denying that we need to look at accreditation and we need to look at the location of accreditation in the future. The government amendment commits and compels government to do so. But there is no simple answer, as I think Mr Mason was alluding to, and the solution that Mr Kerr puts forward is laden with risk and additional cost. Does he recognise that, and does he also recognise the evidence the committee has received from the expert body, the SEQF, who talk to addressing this as an evidence-based approach within the current qualification system?
The risk is that we have an education bill that was supposed to address these fundamental issues in the Scottish education system, and we do nothing about it. The risk is that we have another 2 years or 3 years, or however long it is, of further consideration of detail, I think was the phrase that you used earlier, Cabinet Secretary. And the fact is we've been discussing this in one shape or form or another almost continuously for years already. And the evidence clearly suggests the separation is required. Now, the issue of cost, I'm not entirely sure. And I come from the background of only the private sector, right? I've got to be absolutely clear about this. But I'm not sure that I accept the argument that you create lots more cost by simply taking one set of resources and moving them in reporting terms and accountability terms to another body. Not sure I understand why in the public sector that would automatically create this massive increase of costs. The costs already allocated. You're simply moving them to a different place where they will operate separately, independently of the original host. I don't understand that argument, and I would be very happy to hear an explanation, perhaps more granular than the convener will be prepared to allow in this. Well, he's quite happy for it to be a granular discussion. I'm quite happy for there to be a granular explanation as to why suddenly we have this enormous expansion of costs. Because I say, again, I come at this from a different background, the background of working in the private sector, where if you decide to reallocate resources, it doesn't increase the resources. In fact, you're very strongly controlled in not increasing the resources. You simply reallocate them. And I don't understand what the granular argument for the increase of costs is. I'm willing to give way, because I always give way to the Cabinet Secretary when she wishes to.
Happy to do so. So the advice I've been provided with by officials estimate start-up costs for moving the organisation would be between £400,000 and £600,000. So let's say ballpark £500,000 for Mr Kerr's interest. We also know that the accreditation function at the current time, as I think the committee has been advised by the briefing from SPICE, fulfils functions in the region of, I think, total cost around about £1 million. The cost associated with accreditation would increase because you would have to move staff, and that would impact on terms and conditions. For example, that would have to be, we'd have to undertake consultation with trade unions. We would need to look at what that would do to terms and conditions, which I think is the underlying factor driving the cost in terms of the movement of the function. But the other part that the member has not alluded to, and we have not talked to in terms of the detail here today, is there is a presumption across the committee that all qualifications in Scotland are accredited. They are not at the current time. And if we were to look properly, as the government amendment commits us to, at the full scope of accreditation and consider that across the board, that would inherently increase costs. So I hope that explains to the member where some of the factoring of the associated increased costs would be in the movement of staff, and secondly in relation to the scope of accreditation and what that currently covers.
But the last point is a big if, isn't it? I mean, you've introduced... It is, and I accept that, but I don't accept that it's impossible on a quid pro quo, to move one set of resources to another place. And I understand the issues that are raised about employment. 400, what was the number you said? £600,000. That I think, again, I'd like to see the granularity of why on earth it would cost that amount of money to do something which is relatively simple, given the relative scale of the accreditation function in the SQA. But if I may continue, I appreciate the interventions. I'm always open to interventions. I think it's important that we get back to the central point, which I hope that my amendment and the other amendments in this group is trying to address, which is that to house that critical function of accreditation in the same organisation that's responsible for creating and delivering the qualifications creates a systemic risk of vulnerability that no amount of internal governance can correct. And now let me turn to the broader framework of the amendments in this group, those that I have put my name to and supporting. I mentioned earlier the ones from Willie Rennie mainly, that give full effect to this reform. Because Amendments 115 and 116, in the name of Willie Rennie, begin the task of removing the Accreditation Committee from within the internal machinery of Qualifications Scotland. Amendment 116 in particular strikes key lines from Schedule 1 that define the committee as subordinate to Qualifications Scotland. And that's the model which Professor Muir found deeply unsatisfactory. Again, I repeat his words. The bill appears to allow the new body to have total control over who, when and if it needs to engage with wider users. And that is a deeply troubling formulation. The legislation as it stands enables the new agency to gatekeep engagement and control its own scrutiny mechanisms. This is precisely the culture of self-regulation that brought the SQA into disrepute. Amendments 115 and 116 begin the necessary process of dismantling this. Amendments 117 and 219 are direct alternatives, with 117, which I support, assigning the accreditation function to the Chief Inspector, and 219 suggesting that the Scottish Credit and Qualification Framework, the SCQF partnership, as an alternative. And while the SCQF partnership has strong expertise in qualification, comparability and recognition, it is not currently structured, in my view, or equipped as a regulatory body. The SPICE analysis concludes that SCQF would require significant expansion and restructuring to take on this function, and even then, concerns remain about its legal authority and capacity to enforce accreditation standards. And that's why I have come forward to support the idea that the accreditation function should be housed with the Chief Inspector, because by contrast, the Chief Inspector is an independent statutory office with scrutiny powers, and if the amendments later in the bill are passed, would be accountable to Parliament. And I believe that's the natural home for this function, and one aligned with international examples. In the discussions I've had with other parliamentarians around this table, I've made the point repeatedly that one of the organisations in Scotland that I have an enormous respect for is Audit Scotland. And when Audit Scotland makes its reports, every one of us, the government, parliamentarians, we all sit up and take notice because of the esteem and the respect and the authority that the Auditor General speaks with. And that's another reason why I think adding to the responsibilities of the Office of the Chief Inspector would add further authority, credibility and respect and esteem to the function of the accrediting function. Now, Jackie Dunbar asked earlier about other examples. In England, Ofqual was established precisely to address the failings of the QCA, where award and regulation were combined. In Wales, Qualification Wales operates entirely separately from government or delivery agencies. In Northern Ireland, we have the CCEA, which combines the two roles, and listening to what school leaders and expert opinion reflects about Northern Ireland, there is deep and widespread dissatisfaction with the way things work in Northern Ireland. And that's why I think we should stick with the expert view. I don't think there's any appetite for continuing or replicating the model that they have in Northern Ireland and the one that we have here in Scotland when there's so much dissatisfaction with it. We should learn the lessons that are on offer to us and move on. Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way. I mean, he gives different examples, but we also have good examples here of, for example, the Inspector of Police and the Inspector of Prisons, who are not legally separate organisations, but are also respected for their independence. And would you accept that it is possible within one organisation to have a degree of independence? And a lot depends not on what is in the legislation, but a lot depends, as I think we found with SQA, with the people involved. And if the people involved perform, it'll work. And if the people involved don't perform, it won't work.
John Mason will know, and perhaps from our other conversations, I believe that the critical issue in Scotland, as elsewhere in the United Kingdom and globally, is the issue of leadership. Leadership is much more than is conventionally thought of as leadership. And the character and the quality of leadership is the defining issue. We see that particularly in schools. I mean, where you've got a tremendous school leader, you have a tremendous school, regardless of any other externalities. And that's why I think we don't spend enough time, frankly, in any of the committees of this Parliament, or indeed in the Chamber itself, debating and discussing the need to deepen the leadership skill base in our country across all sectors. So I don't disagree with what John Mason is saying, but I also don't want to create structural issues that continue some of the matters that have arisen in the last few years connected to the SQA, the issues that led the government to decide that they were going to abolish the SQA and replace it. I don't want us to simply change the nameplate on the door, on the building. That would be a failure of leadership on our part to not grasp the issues that are before us and do something positive about it through this bill. And at the minute, we're not doing enough that is positive through the measures proposed in this bill. I'm just checking with the... I'm quite happy. Okay. So I just want to consider amendments 122 through 125 and 132 through 139, because these amendments remove the provisions that tether the Accreditation Committee to Qualifications Scotland, most notably Amendment 133, which I strongly support, which provides for the Accreditation Committee's annual reporting to be done independently. Pam Duncan-Glancy, I think, mentioned this, rather than as part of Qualification Scotland's corporate reporting cycle. And I think this is vital. A body cannot be both the subject and the author of its own regulatory assessment. I think that's common sense. Now, Amendment 133 ensures transparency and avoids the consolidation of narrative control within one body. Amendment 134, which preempts 135, clarifies that Scottish ministers should not have the power to direct the Accreditation Committee's operational decisions, another safeguard for independence. And I think the Cabinet Secretary has rightly picked up on the mood music around the need for these changes to be seen as independent. The OECD warned that the current ecosystem of policy delivery and oversight in Scottish education creates confusion over roles and a risk of conformity of thought in national decision-making. Empowering an accreditation committee to act independently is an antidote to this tendency. Amendment 173, which I support, completes the picture. It creates a new independent accreditation committee placed under the Chief Inspector. This committee will not be subject to direction from either the Inspector or Ministers in its operational work, only in high-level framework setting. It will be composed of experts, producing its own reports, make its own decisions on whether qualifications are fit for purpose. This is real independence, not performative, but procedural, structural and cultural. And I will also draw attention to Amendments 73, 287, 291, 292, 295 and 167, which make the necessary consequential adjustments to the rest of the bill. They remove references to internal accreditation committees and eliminate redundancy and contradiction. And finally, we have Amendments 206 and 207, which amend the transitional provisions. I support 206, which ensures that legacy language regarding SQA's accreditation powers does not survive the transition. And I would encourage the committee, I should be saying I should encourage because I don't have a vote, I encourage the committee to oppose 207, which would dilute the clean break we seek to achieve. And convener, I want to make one final observation. This debate is not just about qualifications. It is about values. It is about whether we as a Parliament are prepared to ensure that the systems we design are worthy of the people they serve. The calls for reform were not abstract. They came from learners, teachers, school leaders, parents, employers, all of whom wanted a system they could trust. And Professor Muir reflected that. He said the replacement of the SQA and the restructuring of Education Scotland is a starter, but more is needed to ensure that the education system in Scotland is fit for purpose for current and future learners in a changing world. Accreditation is not a mere technical detail in the context of this bill. It is, I would argue, one of the firm and substantial issues that the committee at stage 2 must deliberate on and decide upon. It is the measure by which every learner's work is validated. It's the reason employers, universities and society at large take a Scottish qualification seriously. If we do not get this right, we undermine the credibility of the entire reform programme. The government has said that it wants a qualification body that is modern, trusted and fit for purpose. But that cannot be achieved by merging old functions under new names. It requires structural separation. It requires clear, independent lines of scrutiny. It requires the courage to follow the evidence, even when the evidence demands fundamental change. And that is what my amendment 316 does. And that is what these amendments as a suite do. And that is why I commend them to the committee. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. And I call Ross Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I think the frustration across the committee, I think, is quite clear here, and I certainly share that frustration at the government that this issue has been considered for so long, and yet we're still here at stage 2 without a satisfactory solution being put forward by the government. But it is worth reflecting on the fact, and it's been brought up already, that even after the significant volume of evidence that we as a committee took at stage one, we could not collectively come to a clear, satisfactory conclusion on this. So this is clearly, I think, the single most challenging issue in relation to this bill. A majority of members of the committee, I think a majority across the Parliament, want to see greater distance for the accreditation function from the rest of what is currently proposed as being the functions of Qualifications Scotland. But the options that we've got in front of us all have significant pitfalls. Putting it into Education Scotland would do the opposite of greater distance. That is essentially giving it to Scottish ministers, which I think would undermine the principle of what we're trying to achieve here. My initial preference was to move it to the SCQF partnership. I started drafting amendments to that effect, but as I started doing so, that's where it became clear, a lot of the issues that have been raised today, that the SCQF is not the right home for it, not least the fact that it's a charity, not a public body. And we do, and I'll come to this when we get to that group later on, I think we do need to look now at the status of the SCQF as a body that is integral to the Scottish education system but is not part of our public sector and not accountable in the way that the rest of the public sector is. As successful as it is, that's not a criticism of them, it's a question about their status. Obviously, we cannot simply remove accreditation from Qualifications Scotland and not put it somewhere else here. I am interested in Pam Duncan-Glancy's proposals around Curriculum Scotland. I'm pretty wary of them, if I'm honest, but we'll get to that in substance in a later group, and I'm willing to reconsider the options in relation to accreditation there once we've had that debate around whether we do want to set up a new body, though, like John Mason, I sit on the Finance and Public Administration Committee, who have considered issues around this, particularly in relation to new SCB-appointed bodies recently, and proposed the moratorium that Parliament agreed to. And I absolutely agree with Stephen Kerr's point around the need for greater granularity of discussion here. I think that this debate has been incredibly valuable in that regard this morning. A whole range of new information has been put on the record in relation to the debate, not least from the Cabinet Secretary about potential costs in relation to this. And because I think we do need greater discussion of that granularity, I certainly want a greater understanding of some of the very specific issues that have been teased out this morning. I would repeat what I said earlier on in an intervention to the Cabinet Secretary and what Martin Whitfield said, that there is clearly a collective desire for us to reach a satisfactory conclusion here. There's also clearly a recognition that none of the options in front of us are perfect. Given that, my suggestion again would be that none of these amendments are pressed at this stage if the Government can commit to facilitating discussion for all interested members about trying to coalesce around a satisfactory, it's not going to be perfect, but a satisfactory solution ahead of stage 3. If we can't do that, as I said earlier on, other members will have to pick the least imperfect of the options here. And at the moment, I would probably lean towards placing it accreditation with the Inspectorate, imperfect as that is. I don't think we have to choose that at this stage, though. I think we can come to a more satisfactory conclusion at stage 3 if we can have those further detailed discussions between now and then. Yes.
I'm very grateful, Convener. I'm grateful to Ross Greer to give way. And I think unusually at a stage 2 in a process for legislation, I'm not going to say uniquely, but certainly very rarely, this opportunity has arisen where there seems to be a consensus of a route forward, if not the destination that we're going to. And it would be helpful if that space was created by all those who have placed amendments in this section. Would the member agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that, and I think we've seen members hint at that in their comments. I think certainly in the Cabinet Secretary's response to my intervention earlier on, but I would repeat that point at this stage, that if we move to a vote on any of these options, we're clearly not going to achieve a consensus. There is still the possibility for us to achieve a consensus if we can continue this discussion out with stage 2 proceedings and bring something forward at stage 3.
Would Mr Greer provide a comment on whether he thinks that part of the issue that we're facing here is that we're trying to put structures around education in Scotland, but without knowing what the future vision of education in Scotland actually will be? I speak with a bit of experience in this, having sat on the Education Committee along with other members round the table on 2 separate occasions, under Mike Russell and under John Swinney, where we tried, and I think we all failed, to come to an agreement about what the vision of education in Scotland should be, and therefore what the structure should be. I've been following this debate quite carefully, and I think there's a danger that we're going to create structures that don't necessarily articulate with the vision that we're trying to establish. Would Mr Greer agree with that?
I'm grateful for that intervention, and I would agree absolutely. And it comes back to a point that I think a few of us raised quite early in this session of Parliament, not just in relation to this bill, but the fact that we have, at this point, or certainly for the 4 years so far of this Parliament, we've had multiple simultaneous areas of education reform. We've had the national discussion around the curriculum. We've had Professor Hayward's review. We have this set of governance reform contained in legislation. We now have what we didn't expect to have at the start of the session, which is the tertiary education bill, addressing some of the connected issues around the skills landscape. And a number of us have raised concerns throughout this process that the sequencing of this is challenging to the point of creating these areas where it's really impossible for us to adequately address some of these issues now, not knowing what the outcomes of other elements of this process are. I don't think there was ever a perfect way to do that, because at some point there needs to be a chronology, a sequence, and you need to make those decisions. But part of it is that some of these processes, I think, seem to have, as of this point in time, gone nowhere. So the national discussion and that broader vision, trying to coalesce again, trying to find some kind of consensus around the curriculum and the core ethos of Scottish education, that discussion seems to have disappeared. I don't really see what the outcome of the national discussion was. And I think if we had achieved that kind of consensus around a refreshed vision for Scottish education, it would probably make some of these very specific questions of governance and structure and function easier for us to answer.
That point, Mr Greer. I'm hearing discussion about the vision for Scottish education. I do want to put on the record that the National Improvement Framework published in December of last year, so I just draw members' attention to that document, which was informed by the national discussion. So I really accept the suggestion it hasn't gone anywhere. It's informed the National Improvement Framework, which does set out the vision for Scottish education. So if members want to appraise themselves with the detail of that document, they're welcome to do so. They might not agree with it, but it was informed by the national discussion and the other documents and reports that Mr Greer alluded to, and of course extensive stakeholder engagement as well.
I think that is a fair point from the Cabinet Secretary. I think I will need to go back and check whether it was on the official report or in another setting, that I expressed some scepticism at the time about the National Improvement Framework, the refreshed National Improvement Framework being the kind of driver for change and being based on a kind of consensus around a refreshed vision for education, much as there are areas to welcome in it. But I think it doesn't adequately address the point that Liz Smith has made around a shared, refreshed vision for Scottish education as a whole. The National Improvement Framework has some specific areas I think we probably would find a consensus around, but in terms of that refreshed vision and consensus around the core principles of the system that would, if we did have that, would make it easier to then address some of these quite knotty questions. I don't think we've quite achieved. On that point, though, Convener, I'll try to finish. Having tried to finish 5 minutes ago, I'm glad that I didn't, because I think the interventions have added significantly to the debate.
Thank you, Mr Greer. And I call Miles Briggs.
Good morning to members and officials. And to get back to the heart of this, I think for myself, my concern was the government have not put forward what model they want, and a review isn't acceptable. And to go back to Liz Smith's point, and also what I think was helpful in terms of pointing out other models in different parts of the UK, which Stephen Kerr did, we need to see that as part of this bill, not a review. So, given the extensive conversation we've had this morning, would the Cabinet Secretary be mindful not to move, and other members not to move, this part of the bill, and for us to genuinely go away and look at this, perhaps including Ken Muir? I think Ken would be a very useful person to see where the founding principles of what he wanted to see in this bill, to look at what best model can then be brought at stage 3 and whether or not there is consensus. If not, I think, as Ross Greer has outlined, the majority in Parliament will take a least worst option, and that's not going to be helpful for this to deliver the foundations of what we want these two institutions to do. So I'm just wondering if the Cabinet Secretary is mindful of that to move this session forward a bit.
Well, I think as I've alluded to in my response to Mr Greer, Mr Briggs, I'm happy to do so on a cross-party basis to engage with members. I heard the member, though, allude to the fact that the government has not identified a specific location for the movement of accreditation. I have to observe, nor has the committee. So I've heard a range of different options debated and amendments put forward today, but there is not one unilateral view coming from the committee on a cross-party basis that I can look at and give response to. I do think the government amendment moves us somewhat in relation to decisions that were taken previously, as I alluded to in my response to Mr Kerr. But I take Mr Briggs at his word and Mr Greer. I'd be happy not to move the government amendment in this space to see if we can reach that cross-party consensus on accreditation in advance of stage 3. But that's contingent, obviously, on other members doing likewise.
No, I accept that. I think we need to move this forward in a way which I think all members who have been part of this committee, those of us who have joined quite recently, but those who have served in Parliament for many decades, have wanted to see this reform achieved. So I want to make sure that, looking at Willie Rennie in that sense as well. So yeah, accept that. Thanks, Convener.
I call Willie Rennie to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 115. Willie Rennie.
I think it's been a really good debate. However, I think we have set a new standard that an alternative needs to be perfect, but the status quo just needs to be as it is. And we need to be better than that. We need to try and find a much better solution. Because the current solution is, I think, prolonging another crisis, because I think this will happen again. If we carry on as we are, if we carry on marking our own homework, this, without doubt, will happen again. And I have always got the interests of the government at heart. And I worry about the political crisis that may come if the government doesn't seize an opportunity to make the change. But also the staff who've been through hell in recent years, they have suffered greatly and the body itself is about to be abolished. So we cannot afford to go through this again. And that's what I worry about the proposal from the Cabinet Secretary for a 2-year review, because I think even in that period it could happen. Staff have been going through a prolonged period of limbo, and the limboing will continue if we do have another 2-year process. And I don't think, again, that they will want that. They want some certainty about their future. The Minister says that she's open, but everything that she said this morning just closes any other option down. Everything that she said. Her body language is pretty clear that she's looked at the reviews that her predecessors have done and she's not convinced that any other option is credible, which again is why I'm sceptical. Yes, the other options, this comes back to my point about perfection. Yes, the other proposals are untidy. Nothing is perfect with this. But Ken Muir thought it was okay. Ken Muir has got great authority in the education world, and he thought it was okay to move. Other countries have managed it, as Stephen Kerr has pointed out. Other countries, why can't Scotland manage to do something different? I don't think we all fully understand how the accreditation function within the SQA currently works. It's not as if there's a separate unit, is my understanding, within the SQA that checks other staff and their work and their processes. It's the own staff that are checking their own work based on a set of principles. Now, the set of principles are perfectly good, but that makes it even more difficult to separate the process. So this is not going to be easy. We are talking about creating new people, new functions, new teams in order to do this. So I understand why the Cabinet Secretary's got difficulties with this, but that just shows how currently the current system is so weak that it's not even just a separate team within the SQA. It is the team that's delivering it that's checking itself. That is not... Yes.
Would you accept that that weakness that he's just identified, rightly so in my opinion, is hampering improvements in educational standards because it doesn't have sufficient trust, nor does it have sufficient accountability, and therefore that's creating some of the limbo that you mentioned with parents and with pupils and with teachers?
Because I give full credit to the staff within the SQAs. We've got some exceptional people who do some exceptional work in really difficult circumstances. But we're tying their hands behind their back with the current structure. And that's why people have got to have confidence in it. Teachers, the educational world, parents, they've got to have confidence in it But when they check their own homework, no matter how good they are, they start off not at the starting point. So therefore they are disadvantaged, handicapped from the beginning. Yes, certainly.
Yeah, I thank the member for giving way. I mean, as he points out, everyone has to have confidence in whatever we end up with, and none of the suggestions today, they're not perfect, agreed, but they're not even good enough to give confidence to everybody. So would you agree that we're not at the stage yet of really agreeing on one of these options?
Just to be clear, I think all of the other options are far better than the status quo. All of the other options. They're not perfect. It's the new standard that John Mason has set, but they are better than what we have and will improve confidence. So I would go for any of the options. Yes, certainly.
In regards to that, I'm hearing what you're saying. You're saying that we need to go for different options, but unless we review those options first, is it not a risk in itself? But by just choosing one maybe out of a hat, and I'm sorry if that sounds a bit cheeky, I don't mean it to be, but do you understand what I'm trying to say? You're saying that we need a different option, but surely it would be better to review what options are available first before making a decision, so that we then are less likely to make a mistake of making the wrong decision.
Yeah, but why is it taken us to this point for members of the government party to recognise that we need to have looked at some of these things? I mean, this should have been done a long time now. And to be fair, within government, it was within government. But clearly, the rest of the Parliament is not fully informed about all the pros and cons of all the different options. So I understand what Jackie Dunbar is saying, but it's depressing that that question has been asked now and not during the evidence session or in previous years, and therefore stimulating a much wider discussion. Now, depressingly, Ross Greer is right. I think it probably is the only option that we do need to all just pull back our amendments to allow for further discussions before stage 3. And I welcome his threat or indication that if that doesn't happen, I presume this extends to stage 3, then the votes of the Green Party will be used for change rather than the status quo if those discussions don't go anywhere. So, and I'm sure Ross Greer would follow through in his words. So I'm prepared to withdraw all of my amendments if the Cabinet Secretary is prepared to do, and the others are prepared to do likewise, for a meaningful set of discussions that delivers change. And if it doesn't deliver change, we will reintroduce these amendments. Yeah, certainly.
Willie Rennie, earlier you alluded to the fact that, and I think it's undeniable, Cabinet Secretary has shown no inclination to open-mindedly consider all of the different options. And you mentioned her body language. I think it was a bit cruel. I think the body language has been fine, the Cabinet Secretary. But I think no. I think that the danger of going down this road, the risk is that there isn't the meaningful consideration that Jackie Dunbar has alluded to that now needs to take place when we've got these amendments before us. And is that a calculation of risk that you're prepared to take?
I mean, it is a risk, and there is, I think, but I think we've got no other option. The reality is that Ross Greer has indicated that's where he would like to go, and he provides the majority in this committee and in the Parliament. So that's where we need to go in this particular vote. So I think we do need to probably go down this route. I am sceptical for all the reasons I've set out, but it's the option we will have to consider today, I think, in order to try and make progress. But I hope that Ross Greer and his colleagues do follow through on that if nothing comes of this discussion, because we can't afford to continue with the status quo.
Can I, will the member take an intervention?
Yeah,
I thank the member for taking that intervention. And I have to say, I share concerns about the willingness to do anything different at stage 3. I don't think the Cabinet Secretary has indicated at all that any of the other options for change will be considered.
Pam Duncan-Glancy is intervening on Willie Rennie, so we can't.
You go.
I'm sorry. If there were a mechanism, I would enjoy the back and forth. I do worry. I understand the point that's been made about Ross's position, Ross Greer's position, forgive me. I understand that. I have to say, though, to my colleague Willie Rennie, I am still a bit disappointed that we're in the position we're in, where actually there are options on the table just now that could present change options. And if Ross Greer and others were really minded to do so, then they could support them. I'm a team player. I understand what Willie Rennie and Ross Greer are proposing, and I accept that there needs to be discussion, but I just would like it put on the record that I am disappointed that it doesn't appear that we can do that now, that members have actively, in choosing to do this, decided not to make the decision that is a decision for change, and I am disappointed in that, Willie Rennie, and I'd just like to hear your response to that.
Yeah, I'm depressed, but I'm ever hopeful that things might come of this, but it is in reality the only option. Does the Cabinet Secretary want to make a remark about Pam Duncan-Glancy's remarks?
Well, Mr Rennie, I'm concerned if I open my mouth, you might interpret my body language in a manner that I do not mean. I mean, I've heard contributions from Mr Rennie and from Mr Kerr about my unwillingness to move on this. If that were the case, may I observe, there was no requirement on me to bring forward Amendment 73 to compel the Government to look at this. Now, I hear the strength of feeling from the committee. I responded to that at stage 1 by bringing forward that amendment at stage 2. And we were not cited on the amendments that were being brought forward by the opposition at that time because, of course, of the timetabling associated with when amendments were drafted. But I'm happy to give that commitment today to members. I think we have to get this right. And the issue that I've got just now, predicated on the advice that I've been given, is that all of the options that have been extensively considered have risk inherently with them. So I also hear Mr Rennie's points in relation to perfection. That's something I would aspire to in relation to the new body. But I think Mr Mason's points are relevant in that regard. I'm happy to give an undertaking to that extensive undertaking on a cross-party basis. I do go back to my broader observation, which is that the committee did not unilaterally give a decision in relation to the positioning of where accreditation should rest. So with that and with the consensus that we want to work on a solution that works for the new organisation, I'm happy to withdraw the Government's amendment.
Okay. I suspect the Cabinet Secretary read the room and felt the dissatisfaction from almost every party in the committee and the Parliament about the current arrangements, which is why I brought forward 73. But I did appreciate 73 because it did indicate a willingness to open her mind. So I appreciate that. I think on that point I'll just conclude and say I won't press my amendments.
Willie Rennie seeks to withdraw Amendment 115. Does any member object? No member has objected. Therefore, Amendment 115 is withdrawn. And I think that's a suitable time to take a comfort break, and I'll suspend the meeting for 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. We will resume our consideration at stage 2, and I call Amendment 41 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that Amendments 41 and 211 are direct alternatives. That is, they can both be moved and decided on. The text of whichever is the last agreed to is what will appear in the bill. Amendments 42 and 212 are also direct alternatives. If Amendment 28 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 214 due to a preemption. If Amendment 43 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 215 due to a preemption. I call the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendment 41 and speak to all amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, we are all in agreement that it is paramount that the Board of Qualifications Scotland is set up to lead the organisation to better support teachers and practitioners and to support those who are taking qualifications. We must also be alive to the role of a board of an NDPB to ensure that it has the appropriate balance of skills to enable it to deliver on its corporate governance requirements, and board size is an important element to get right. Too small and we limit the skills and experience, and too big and we create a board where efficient decision making and corporate responsibilities are at risk. Mindful of these two requirements, I have reviewed the bill specifications on the range of skills required and members' amendments in this respect. I therefore lodged Amendments 41 and 42 to increase both the minimum and maximum number of other board members, that is, membership that is not the chairing member, accreditation convener and the chief exec. The increase proposed by my amendments is by 1 to 7 and 11 respectively. This would increase the total board size from a minimum of 9 to a minimum of 10 and from a maximum of 13 to a maximum of 14. Ms Duncan Glancy has lodged Amendments 211 and 212, which would instead increase the board minimum size to 13 and the maximum to 15. I have reflected on this proposal and I am content that it would be sensible for flexibility to set the maximum at 15, as Ms Duncan Glancy proposes, instead of 14 as I had initially proposed. Given the amendments are direct alternatives, I would ask members to support my Amendment 42 in terms of supporting the direction of travel to a higher maximum, but I would also ask members to then support Amendment 212 as well, so that the maximum is ultimately set at 15, i.e. 12 members in addition to the 3 named positions. However, Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 211 seeks to increase the minimum ordinary membership to 10, is where I have some concerns. This amendment would create a minimum membership of 13 in total when taking the appointments of a chairing member, accreditation convener and chief executive alongside it, as opposed to a minimum of 10 total members, which my Amendment 41 would achieve. Now, the main concern I have with this is that it risks creating a large minimum board, which then requires careful risk management when it comes to public appointments and maintaining a legally compliant and quorate board in the event of members unexpectedly ending their appointment. Now, this happened quite recently in the SQA in 2023, which has a much lower minimum board membership, where members unexpectedly stood down, and permission was then required from the Ethical Standards Commissioner to rush through an appointments round to ensure the board remained quorate. So with this in mind, I would urge members to support Amendment 41 as opposed to 211. Amendment 213 requires consultation with the board as a whole, rather than just the chair, if the power is used to change the size of the board in the future. And while I find it unlikely that a chairing member would not engage with their board on decisions of this scale, I am content to support this amendment. Turning to the board's composition, there was a good discussion during stage 1 on whether a learner, more specifically a young person, should be appointed to the board. Currently, the provisions focus on having knowledge and experience of the views and needs of those taking qualifications rather than specific age-related criteria. The current provisions do not exclude a young person from being appointed. Indeed, that is the long-standing public appointments policy that anyone over the age of 16 can be appointed to a board. It was the intention of the current provision in the bill to enable a wide scope of potential candidates to be appointed, be that someone with experience of taking a qualification or someone with experience of advocating on behalf of learners, without limiting it to these criteria. And I'm therefore sympathetic to Mr Greer's Amendment 28, which seeks to ensure someone under the age of 26 who is or has recently taken a qualification is appointed to the board. Now, this amendment recognises the importance of ensuring there is a wide scope of potential applicants by not confining it to too young an age. As this is a type of amendment that, albeit in a positive way, seeks to discriminate based on age, we would have to be satisfied that this would be compatible with equality law if this did proceed. I do see the value in having a young person who has experience of taking qualifications on the board, and would be happy to work with Mr Greer to ensure that efforts will be made to promote and encourage applications from those under 26. And I therefore ask Mr Greer not to press this amendment and work with me and other stakeholders to consider how we can do this best effectively. More broadly, I recognise that more should be done to strengthen the relationship between the member appointed to reflect the interests of learners and the wider education system. And that is why, if the member would be interested, I would be keen to work up a Stage 3 amendment that required this individual to directly consult with learners and those that represent learners as part of their statutory board duties. Mr Greer has also lodged a change in respect of consultation at Amendment 29, and I await to hear his rationale for this, but on the surface this is something I may be able to support. I'll come back to this in my closing remarks. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 214 requires someone taking a qualification offered by Qualifications Scotland to be appointed to the board. And again, whilst I see the value of such experience, I have two concerns here. The first is that the duration of qualifications varies, and so this could be as little as a few weeks or as long as a number of years. This creates challenges with maintaining board membership once those qualifications end. So the second is a clear conflict of interest, as I do not think it is appropriate for an individual who is taking a qualification offered by Qualifications Scotland to also have a non-exec leadership role within the organisation. I would therefore ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press her amendment, noting the commitment I have given to Mr Greer to work on something that delivers what I believe is the same effect. Turning to the teacher voice on the board, ensuring that Qualifications Scotland is led by the experience of those who deliver learning, teaching and training for qualifications is an absolute priority. That is why the bill explicitly requires a number of teachers and college-based teachers on the board. I do, however, recognise that increasing the proportion of teacher experience on the board is desirable, though I am mindful of doing this in a way that does not limit the other range of valuable skills that are required on the board. And I note Mr Greer has lodged two packages of amendments as options for improving this proportion. So amendments 43, 44, 45 and 46 work together to ensure there is always a minimum of 5 teacher or college members on the board, and that there must be a balanced proportion between teacher and college members where there is at most one more than the other. This teacher or college experience could come from any of the members on the board, including the chairing member. These amendments also ensure that should the board size change, over 1/3 of the membership will always be teachers or college lecturers. I've interpreted the alternative Amendment 27 as taking a slightly more limiting approach and one that could impact on access to other skills being on the board. And I understand it requires there to always be a majority of members who are teachers or college teachers within the other members section of the board. The section that does not include the chairing member, accreditation convener or chief executive, to me this has two potential effects. The first, I think Mr Greer will agree, is especially undesirable, as under current board size this would mean there could be a lower minimum of just 4 teacher or college members. His alternative that I'm supporting ensures 5. The second is less desirable from a corporate governance perspective when read alongside the other specified criteria in the bill. And it would mean that there is a risk there could be insufficient seats on the board for wider skills needed to lead the organisation due to the number of seats that are filled by teachers and other learner or staff focused positions. Taking all of this into account, my preference would be to support Amendments 43 and 46 instead, and I encourage members to do likewise. I also note Ms Duncan Glancy has lodged 2 amendments to support teacher members on the board. Amendment 215 would ensure any teacher members appointed are teachers from schools. I see no issue with supporting this amendment, as it is the intention that they would be delivering qualifications in schools. If Amendment 43 is accepted, then Amendment 215 will be preempted, but I'd be happy to support making this change at Stage 3. Turning to Amendment 216, this amendment requires there to be a board member who is representative of a teaching trade union operating in Scotland. And as I've said many times during the progress of this bill, we must be mindful of the requirements for public body appointments which come with the duty to effectively govern the organisation they are appointed to, regardless of other roles they hold, and should therefore not represent the interests of other organisations while on the board. I do not want to run the risk of creating a form of representative board model for Qualifications Scotland. It was a representative board model at the SQA that was deemed to be one of the key sources of failure, which led to the awarding and examination issue in the year 2000. That drove forward urgent legislation at that time to change the board model to that which SQA stipulates today. It meant the board was specifically focused on corporate governance as well as the relevant education and skills experience. So I therefore cannot support this amendment. I would encourage others to do the same, noting that Mr Greer's amendments, which I've referred to, should provide additional reassurance that Qualifications Scotland has sufficient teacher and college experience on the board. I do, however, believe that there is good cause to strengthen the relationship between Qualifications Scotland and the teaching unions. That is why I would be interested in bringing forward an amendment at stage 3 that require the teaching and college members to lead the board's engagement and consultation with teaching unions. And if the member saw that as something we could work together on, then I ask she does not press her amendment. That's Amendment 216. Turning to the voice of staff on the board, I've listened carefully throughout my engagement with SQA staff and their desire for a more robust mechanism for Qualifications Scotland. And I understand the trade unions acting for SQA staff would like to see board membership for them, a request which mirrors Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 217. I have considered this option carefully and I remain sympathetic to this. However, I have concerns about the application of direct staff roles in a non-departmental public body, given that the associated corporate governance implications of and how a trade union would work in practice, both for the operation of the board, but importantly for the individual, given the focus and nature of the operational responsibilities of an NDPB and the need to navigate what could potentially be significant conflicts of interest. Happy to do so.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking that intervention. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise that trade unions who are representatives already on boards, such as what's proposed, are well versed at managing those kind of conflicts of interests and could in fact be a beneficial addition because they work in the organisation and they have direct experience of what it is like to work in that organisation and they represent the trade union? Does Cabinet Secretary not recognise that those members are well placed to manage the conflict of interest but also bring that richness of information about what it's like to work there?
I think, to the member's point, Convener, there are a number of boards where that structure the member talks to is replicated. In the instance that I'm giving an example of, there are challenges in relation to how you might incorporate staff voice and teacher voice within the current board composition. But I have set out my amendments and proposals in relation to consultation that I think go some way to addressing that issue. More broadly, though, I would encourage members to support my amendment, which I've just spoken to Ms Duncan Glancy, which seeks to strengthen staff voice arrangements within the organisation. And the issue I have in this instance goes back to the point I was making previously in relation to the composition of the board and some of the issues historically that were experienced in the year 2000 with a representative board model, which arguably was not as focused on governance as it should have been at that time. Now, Amendment 53 would ensure much closer working between the board, staff and unions, which I believe goes some way to addressing Ms Duncan Glancy's points. This amendment requires a member appointed with knowledge of staff interests to consult and engage with staff and trade unions, and I've also lodged another amendment in Group 6 that further enhances this relationship. Ms Duncan Glancy has lodged 2 more amendments on board composition, both of which I'm interested in supporting in some form. The first, 218, seeks to ensure knowledge of business, industry and skills is reflected in the statutory criteria of the board. Now, that is an essential element of Qualifications Scotland's functions and services, and I would fully expect these issues to be reflected in the board in some form or another. I am, however, mindful of how requiring a public body to have specific business and industry knowledge on the board could be viewed. And I would be interested in refining this position to focus on an individual who brought experience more related to the skills and training sector. I do, of course, recognise the value that business and industry knowledge can bring to the body, and I would be interested in refining this provision, and I'd be happy to work with the member to do so ahead of stage 3. The second amendment, 220, is enabling Qualifications Scotland to co-opt additional members if required, and I am supportive of this in principle. However, for it to work, I believe some tweaks and additional provisions will need to be added to ensure these co-opted members could be appointed in a way that did not undermine the ministerial public appointments process or the necessary limits on board numbers, and I would ask Ms Duncan Glancy not to press this amendment so that we can work on a solution ahead of stage 3. Finally, I will comment on Mr Greer's amendments 30 and 31, which together add a limitation of 8 consecutive years as the maximum board appointment period. 8 years is the maximum for public appointments set out in the Ethical Standards Commissioner's Code for Public Appointments. This means that appointments to Qualifications Scotland regulated by the Commissioner will automatically align with this limit. To that end, while I am supportive of the general principle of Mr Greer's amendments, I cannot support these amendments given the arrangements already present in the Commissioner's Code. Relying on the Code, instead, would ensure that the body always keeps pace with best practice rather than setting something in statute now, which may not be appropriate in the future. I move Amendment 41.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and I call Pam Duncan Glancy to speak to Amendment 211 and other amendments in the group. Ms Duncan Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And I'd like to start by thanking the Cabinet Secretary's engagement in the amendments in this space, and in particular for the offer of working on some of them at stage 3. And I'll come to that as I go through my amendments. The amendments in this section, I think, are really, really important. And it's suffice to say, I think all the amendments to this bill are important. But this is about giving voice on the board of an organisation so that we can not just guarantee that it has that expertise within it, but so that we can get trust back into the centre of our qualifications structure. And I think important decisions about the membership of Qualifications Scotland need to be taken with a variety of different interests at heart. And the amendments in my name in this group try to make sure that happens. We've seen across the piece what happens when we don't have that. So we can have a disconnected education and skills system if we don't have representatives that recognise what's needed for future skills as well as for what's needed for school qualifications. I think it's important that we have trade union representation, and I intervened earlier on the Cabinet Secretary's comments on that. I think it is crucial that we recognise the role of trade unions in this. We've spent a considerable amount of time in this committee arguing, rightly, for trade unions to be of colleges to be represented on boards, and actually this I think has to extend to Qualifications Scotland as well. I don't think that some of the amendments proposed by the Cabinet Secretary quite do what I'm trying to do, which is to give a direct voice for those staff on those boards. If qualifications are to be really meaningful, we have to make sure that they're relevant for the real world as well. And that's also why I've suggested some amendments in that space. So my amendments 211 and 212, to start with, increase the size of Qualifications Scotland Board to between 10 and 12. I think that's really important because, and are direct alternatives to the Cabinet Secretary's amendments 41 and 42. Of course, the Cabinet Secretary is looking to increase the board to between 7 and 11, but I think my amendment creates a board of between 10 and 12, which is necessary to accommodate the broader representation that I have suggested in my further amendments 216 through to 218. By increasing the size of the board, I'm assuring that staff, education unions and industry leaders can contribute to the governance of Qualifications Scotland without sacrificing expertise or limiting the diversity of the board. I think a board of this size will ensure the Qualifications Scotland governance model is participative and responsive, and I'm pleased that the Cabinet Secretary is prepared to support that. I think that on Amendment 27 in Ross Greer's name, I'm not sure that it guarantees, it's strong enough to guarantee any trade union representation on the boards, and appears to also, perhaps unintentionally, I would imagine, exclude representatives of teachers and college staff. So I believe that the amendments in my name provide a more balanced offer and give voice for teachers and staff in both schools and colleges. I'd be willing, of course, to work with the Cabinet Secretary and with Ross Greer at stage 3 to find alternatives if both would be prepared to. And I think I was trying to keep on top of the numbers of the amendments that the Cabinet Secretary spoke to, but I think I heard that the Cabinet Secretary would be prepared to consider that at stage 3, and I'm hoping that perhaps Ross Greer may too. Amendment 213 requires Scottish ministers to consult the whole Board of Qualifications Scotland when making regulations. I'm pleased the Cabinet Secretary is in support of that. I think that's really important because, again, I take the Cabinet Secretary's point about whether a chair would consult their board. In ordinary circumstances, I'm quite sure they would, but we've seen some quite less than acceptable circumstances within the sphere that we're discussing today, and I think anything that we can do to protect against that is important, which is why that amendment in my name is submitted. Amendment 214 requires one member of Qualifications Scotland to be undertaking a Qualifications Scotland qualification, replacing the requirement for a member who appears to have knowledge of the interests of a person undertaking a relevant qualification. I understand the point the Cabinet Secretary makes, and I understand also the amendment that Ross Greer is bringing in that space as well. I think this is really important. I think that people undertaking qualifications in real time can tell us exactly the sort of experience they had during the history qualification. They can tell us exactly what is happening in schools and the support that they're getting. They can also give us incredible insight, I'd say, into the ways in which assessment is interacting with curriculum, and we know, of course, that that's been a concern in the past. That's why I feel quite strongly about that particular amendment. Amendment 215 ensures school teachers are represented on Qualifications Scotland Board. I take the point about college and other teachers, and that the Cabinet Secretary has said that she would be prepared, given the preemption, to bring this back at stage 3, supporting the previous amendment that preempts it. I think I've got those numbers right. And on that basis, providing school teachers were represented on the board at stage 3 in an amendment that we can agree, then I'd be prepared to hold that until stage 3. 216 requires the board to contain a representative of a trade union operating in Scotland. I think that makes sure the new body is informed of the voices who have a stake in the delivery of the new qualifications in schools, colleges and other training facilities, not just those managing them. I think we need this because previous reforms have not engaged appropriately, I think, with frontline educators. I spoke earlier about the distance between the frontline decisions and the clutter in the middle, and I think my colleague wants to... Absolutely.
I'm very grateful, Convener. I'm grateful to Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking the intervention. The Cabinet Secretary mentioned the potential challenge in respect of a trade unionist who's also a teacher being on the board, but the reality is that there are a number of teachers who are members of trade unions who carry this. This explicitly sets it out so that any conflict of interest, as indeed as I did at the start, would be declared as an interest and taken into account in the decision-making that was made.
I thank the member for that intervention and wholeheartedly agree with him. And I think in this circumstance, the interest is important. Where it becomes a conflict, it must be managed, of course. And the point I was making with the Cabinet Secretary earlier is that I think trade union representatives are very well versed in understanding that. But the interest that they're representing, I think, is crucial and should not be lost, which is why we've brought that amendment in my name to this group. A trade union seat on the board gives teachers and lecturers, as we've discussed, a formal route to shaping decisions and addressing concerns with the education system, provides a pathway for them to share their professional expertise with those governing the country's qualifications, and I think it demonstrates and strengthens democratic accountability and reflects Scotland's commitment to public services and the workforce and fair work. Amendment 217 stipulates a representative of a trade union that represents staff of Qualifications Scotland can be on the board, and this is the one that we previously discussed and had the interaction on around the ability of a member who's a member of staff to manage that conflict. I think I've set out quite extensively why I think that can be managed and should progress. Amendment 218 stipulates a representative with knowledge of expertise in business, industry or skills development. I think I'm right in saying that that was an amendment the Cabinet Secretary said she'd be prepared to improve or change. I think the wording as it stands is excellent, but to bring it to something the Government could support it to 218. And my interest in making sure that the qualification system is fit for the future, including for business, industry and skills, is such that I feel really strongly about having this in the bill, and I welcome the Government's opportunity to work together to do so at stage 3 on this. And Amendment 220 creates the option for the board to co-opt members for a period of 4 years. I think that is crucial, not only because of some of the circumstances that we've debated at length in the Chamber and also in this committee, but also because of the pace of change in education. We know, for example, when I was lucky enough to be elected to this Parliament and then serve on this committee a matter of a few years ago, even the landscape since then has changed. The role of AI in schools, the role of AI in examinations, the role of AI, in fact, across society has changed. And I think the ability to be able to co-opt members would be really, really important. It's not an unusual ability for a board to have this, and I'm pleased that the Government were supportive of Amendment 220, and I think it's something that's really, really important. On Amendment 53, and forgive me, I would have potentially intervened when the Government was discussing this, but I was trying to keep up with the other numbers of the support that, or otherwise, the Government were speaking about. I submitted a late manuscript amendment to Amendment 53. The reason I submitted, well, first of all, the reason I submitted it as a manuscript amendment quite late in the day, I'll admit, which was yesterday, is because it was the first working day after I'd had a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary last Thursday to discuss in detail the amendments that the Government were putting forward. So that's why it was late. I understand why the convener has thought that it not be appropriate to bring it. I just believe that the amendment could strengthen the Government's amendment, as opposed to consult when Qualifications Scotland see fit. My amendment would have said we'll just consult, because I think it's incredibly important that the qualifications body does consult. So I'd ask the Government to reflect on that at this point, and consider whether or not we could work together to strengthen it again at stage 3. And I think that covers all of my amendments in this section. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. And I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 27 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I'm conscious that we're now at the section of proceedings on what George Adam referred to at stage 1 as the MGM chorus line of everyone that could potentially be involved. I'm so sorry, sir. But on that point, I think the Cabinet Secretary's reflection around issues with the composition of the SQA board in 2000 is interesting. The amendments that I've brought forward here are a reflection of the issues that we saw with the SQA board over the last decade, issues that the Cabinet Secretary, Liz Smith and I in particular, will be familiar with from our time on last session's Education Committee, whereby many, not all, but many of the governance failures at the SQA could at least in part be traced back to the fact that for substantial periods of time in its recent history, the SQA has had almost no individuals who are themselves educators on its board. Indeed, until very recently, there was only one head teacher, no classroom teachers. There were 3 management consultants on the board. Not to dismiss the importance of corporate governance here, but I think there would be a public expectation that our National Qualifications Agency would have more than one educator on it, would have more educators than management consultants on it. And again, that's not a judgment on those 3 individuals who were there at the time. So the amendments I've brought forward on 27, it's trying to set out a simple principle that a majority of the board must be qualified educators. It doesn't specify that they are currently working in a school or a college or another setting, but that they are themselves a qualified educator. It doesn't exclude union representation, to Pam Duncan-Glancy's point. There's perhaps a nuance here. It would, in practice, require, if Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments were agreed to and a union representative was required, a teaching union representative was required on the board, it would in practice require that representative to themselves be a qualified educator. And I recognise that sometimes union full-time officers are not themselves drawn from the profession that they represent. I do think in this case it would be desirable and it would be reasonable for Parliament to say that if we do agree that unions are able to nominate individuals to the board, that those individuals must be from the profession concerned. So it doesn't exclude union representation. It would narrow somewhat the criteria the union would be able to use to nominate individuals, though, but I'll come back to that point in a second. Yeah.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. Can I clarify then, and it makes a strong case, can I clarify, is the member intending to support our amendments on the representations of trade unions on the board?
Ross Greer.
I do support that in principle. My intention would be, if it was pressed, to support it. I'm about to come on to a suggestion in relation to one of them. But yes, if pressed, I would support the union representation amendments. I do take the Cabinet Secretary's suggestion, though, that perhaps there's something that can be worked towards in relation to my Amendment 27, though. So if there, again, if there's a collective desire, particularly from the Cabinet Secretary and Pam Duncan-Glancy, for us to work on this and to try and reach agreement ahead of stage 3, I would be content with that. My Amendment 29, just to clarify the point the Cabinet Secretary asked about, the intention there is to clarify that the member representing young people is a representative of those who are undertaking a Qualifications Scotland qualification. I believe that to be a simple point of clarification to make sure there was focus. If there is any ambiguity about that from the government, though, if there's support in principle but concern about the drafting, again, we'd be happy to work on it ahead of stage 3. The point on term limits from the government, I accept that. I think we don't need to put everything into legislation if we don't have to, and I take the Cabinet Secretary's point around being able to evolve with best practice as the code does, in a manner that's obviously easier to change than legislation. So I won't press amendments 30 and 31 in that case. On Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments, around the overall size of the board. So I agree with amendments 212 and 213. I think we do need to increase the size of the board to address some of the issues we're talking about here around representation. I think on the point around 211 and the minimum membership of the board, there was perhaps a little bit of talking at cross purposes in the discussion that we've just had about this, because I do think, I agree with Pam Duncan-Glancy on the requirement for the board to include the various individuals we're talking about, particularly union representatives. I think the Cabinet Secretary's point, though, is around making sure that the board is still able to function in situations where there are vacancies, i.e. that it's still quorate, even if a certain number of positions are unfilled. So I think that these two positions can be reconciled, that they're not mutually exclusive. As it stands, though, I would support Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments 212 and 213, but not 211. I think that the Cabinet Secretary's 41 is desirable for exactly the reasons that she set out. If we're in a situation where members stand down before the end of their term, but the board still is required to carry out its functions, I'd want them to be able to do so rather than to fall below quotacy on that. On Pam Duncan-Glancy's point around young people on the board, amendment 214, there's obviously my alternative amendment around young people here. So the reason that I've taken a different definition goes somewhat to what the Cabinet Secretary has already said around this. I think that it would be inadvisable, suboptimal, to have a young person on the board who would immediately have to leave at the point where they've completed their qualification. Because I actually think, having had the experience of going right through the qualification process, at that point, that young person actually has a lot to contribute to the board, having completed that experience, i.e. I wouldn't want a young person on the board to have got to the end of 6th year, completed their QS qualifications, and then to be immediately disqualified from the board. I actually think at that point, where they can reflect back on that experience, it would be really valuable to have them there, which is why I've gone for that wider definition that would allow a, to use somewhat clumsy language, an older young person to be able to sit on the board. If I can move back to amendments 43 through 46, which are the ones that I worked with the government on. Again, that's trying to address some of the same issues that we've talked around minimum representation for the educators that we're talking about here. Primarily, we're talking about teachers and lecturers. So I think at this point, I will move to vote on 43 through 46, because I don't think that precludes any of the issues that we've talked about working together on around my amendment 27 and some of Pam Duncan-Glancy's amendments. Apologies, I'm spreading this across multiple pages. On amendment 215 and 216, so I agree in principle with Pam Duncan-Glancy on this, or more in principle. I think there should be teacher union representation on the board in relation to 216. I just want to tease out what the Cabinet Secretary was saying there around potential conflict of interest, though I agree with the point that Martin Whitfield made on this. Would it satisfy the government if the language here was that an individual on the board was to be nominated by a trade union, an education trade union operating in Scotland, rather than to be a representative of, i.e. that they would be, they would have that experience because they've been nominated by the union? Is the issue that is the Scottish Government's issue with the language here that by being a representative of the union on the board that there's potentially a conflict of interest, but it could be resolved if the union was still able to nominate someone, but the language didn't say representative of? If the Cabinet Secretary could reflect on that and perhaps intervene. Certainly my intention at this point, though, would be to support 216 and to support 217. I think it's right that the Staff Qualification Scotland themselves are on there. I wouldn't support Amendment 218, and I would direct members to my Amendments 6 and 35 that come in later groups here. I have similar concerns to the Cabinet Secretary, but also my Amendment 5 does require the organisation Qualification Scotland to give due regard to wider economic priorities, and 35 requires consultation with businesses on the corporate plan. I think that that is adequate here for the purposes that we are discussing. And on Amendment 220, I would share the Cabinet Secretary's concerns. I like the principle of the board being able to co-opt, but I don't think what is here is currently compatible with the procedure for public appointments. So I would ask Pam Duncan-Glancy not to press that one, because I think we could come to a satisfactory conclusion on that for stage 3.
Thank you very much. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to wind up. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I'm asking members to support in this group a number of amendments to ensure that Qualifications Scotland Board is teacher-led. And I think this goes to the point that Ms Duncan-Glancy was making in relation to re-establishing trust with the profession, which I think is a key part of education reform. I've also asked members to support a board model that achieves essentially that re-establishment of trust, but also ensures that balanced mixture of skills required. So those are outlined in amendments 41, 42, 43 and 44. On the point of bringing in a wider range of skills and experience, I'd be happy to work, as I said to Ms Duncan-Glancy in my opening comments, with her on amendments 218 and 220 to ensure that the board is able to react effectively to changing expertise needs. Now, Mr Greer made a point in relation to trade union representation, I think 216 he was alluding to. And he asked the question around about the potential conflict of interest in relation to teaching trade union membership on the board. And the issue would be fundamentally that we would be changing the board structure because it would be a representative board. And in that regard, there are a number of different teaching trade unions that exist, as he will know. So there would be calls from all teaching trade unions to have a seat at the table, which again would extend and expand the numbers on the board in their totality. But the question will also be put, why stop at teaching trade unions? Why not look more broadly at the educational workforce? So there are a range of teaching trade unions and others who would have an interest in having a seat at that table, and I think that would fundamentally change the board structure that we have devised at the current time. On learner voice, I'd be happy to work with members to ensure that the experience of people taking qualifications is reflected on the board. That is why I've asked Mr Greer not to press his Amendment 28. I heard his commentary there, Convener, and Ms Duncan-Glancy, her Amendment 214, but instead to work with me ahead of Stage 3 to deliver on that shared approach. I thank Mr Greer for outlining his approach in relation to Amendment 29. I very much recognise that groups such as parents might be able to be categorised as representatives of the interests of learners. I'm happy to support this amendment on that basis. I acknowledge the rationale behind prescribing further stipulations within board membership, such as Amendment 217 that seeks to put that trade union representative on the board that I've spoken to. However, given the concerns around public appointments and the possible conflict of interest that I've previously raised, I would encourage members to support Amendment 53 instead, which provides a designated member who is required to undertake greater consultation with staff and their trade unions to ensure views are reflected. I'm not able to support the amendments which aim to prescribe membership, and I would reiterate that I would ask Ms Duncan-Glancy and Mr Greer not to press these amendments. So that's 211, 214, 216, 217, 27, 28, 30 and 31 for the reasons I've previously set out. Now, I do, Convener, want to briefly note Ms Duncan-Glancy's manuscript amendment, which was lodged yesterday and sought to amend my Amendment 53. That would require a Staff Interest Board member to consult with the relevant groups as opposed to consulting when appropriate to do so. I understand very much so the member's thinking here, but I am a bit concerned that this change would require consultation under the provisions in Amendment 53 on everything. So quite wide-ranging, rather than on aspects that are of direct interest and relevance to staff. So I'd want to take more time to consider the implications of that amendment if it is brought back at Stage 3, but I'm more than happy to engage with the member to that end on her proposals.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I remind members that Amendments 41 and 211 are direct alternatives. The question is that Amendment 41 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. Oh, sorry, we're not. We are not agreed. There will be a division. The question is that Amendment 41 be agreed to. Those in favour and voting yes indicate now. Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, you're not a voting member of the committee. You were a long time ago, no longer. No longer. Just testing that I saw it, I'm sure. And those against? The result of the vote on Amendment 41 is yes 8, no 2. Therefore, Amendment 41 is agreed to. The question is, I call the Amendment 211 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 211 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. The question is that Amendment 211 be agreed to. Those in favour of Amendment 211. Those against Amendment 211. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 211 is yes 1, no 9. Therefore, Amendment 211 is not agreed to. I call Amendment 42 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 41. I remind members that Amendments 42 and 212 are direct alternatives. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. The question is that Amendment 42 be agreed to. Those in favour of Amendment 42. And those against Amendment 42? The result of the vote on Amendment 42 is yes 7, no 3. Amendment 42 is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 212 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not moved?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 212 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 27 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 213 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 213 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 28 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. I remind members that if Amendment 20 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 214 due to a preemption. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I just want to check this. Yep, we're okay. I call Amendment 214 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not move.
Not moved. I call Amendment 43 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. I remind members that if Amendment 43 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 215 due to a preemption. Ross Greer to move or not move? Move. That is moved. The question is that Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. The question is... sorry. Yeah, but we don't need to call for it to be moved, do we? Yes, we do. I call Amendment 216 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 216 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. The question is that Amendment 216 be agreed to. Those voting in favour of Amendment 216. And those against Amendment 216. Oh, no. The result of the vote on Amendment 216 is yes 2, no 8. Therefore, the amendment is not agreed to. I call Amendment 217 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I call Amendment 218 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 44 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
Moved. The question is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. On Amendment 44, those in favour of Amendment 44? And those against? The result of the vote on Amendment 44 is yes 9, no 1. Therefore, Amendment 44 is agreed to. I call Amendment 29 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move, please.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 45 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. Sorry. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 45? Those against Amendment 45? The result of the vote on Amendment 45 is yes 9, no 1. Amendment 45 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 46 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Just, we are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 46? And those against Amendment 46? The result of the vote on Amendment 46 is yes 9, no 1. Amendment 46 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 116 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. I remind members that if Amendment 116 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendments 117 and 219 due to preemptions. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 117 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. I remind members that Amendments 117 and 219 are direct alternatives. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 219 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 30 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That's not moved. I call Amendment 31 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 41. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Not moved. I call Amendment 220 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy, already debated with Amendment 41. Pam Duncan Glancy, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 47 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with Amendments 221, 222, 223 and 48. Ross Greer, to move Amendment 47 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. My amendments in this group are seeking to make permanent the current arrangement, the very recent arrangement that separates the role of the Chief Examiner from the current Chief Executive of the SQA, what will be the Chief Executive of Qualifications Scotland, because I think that there is value in separating these two quite distinct roles for a number of reasons. Concerns have been expressed with me that in the past there has been a conflict of interest where the individual fulfilling that role has suggested to others in the sector that with wearing one hat, they may agree with them, but wearing the other hat, they do not, and it never tends to the decision never tends to land in the way that other key stakeholders in the sector would like. I think there is, in particular, a value in ensuring that the chief examiner in Scotland's qualification system is themselves a qualified educator, but I don't think it's necessary for the chief executive of the organisation to be so if those roles were separate. There's clearly separate skill sets involved here to be an effective chief executive of any large organisation, certainly any large public sector organisation. It requires a particular skill set that is not exactly the same as that of a qualified educator. But I do think one of the weaknesses in the system in recent years has been that having a chief examiner who is not themselves a qualified educator doesn't have either that knowledge or that experience of delivering the qualification. So separating the two roles would allow for a greater focus on the distinct responsibilities of them. And what I'm essentially aiming to do between 47 and 48 is to make permanent the current arrangement, which I think works particularly well. I recognise, though, that it clashes a little bit with Stephen Kerr's amendments in this space, not deliberately, simply that we were simultaneously doing slightly different things. I think that we are to some extent trying to address the same point here, though, about should the person in charge of the system have expertise, qualifications as an educator. So the intent is the same. I think that the best way to do that for me is to separate the role, because I don't think the person managing the organisation needs to be a qualified educator, but I do think the person managing the system does need to be. I've also got to say I'm not convinced by the term limit proposal in 223, but I will be interested in hearing Mr Kerr's arguments for it. But as I said, Convener, I think there was broadly a lot to welcome in the recent restructuring at the top of the SQA, and what I'm seeking to do in 47 and 48 is to simply make that a permanent arrangement for the new body.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 221 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. I would wish to address Amendment 221 in my name, along with Amendments 222 and 223, which Ross Greer has already referenced, because together these propose important refinements to the staffing provisions that relate to the new body, Qualification Scotland. This is a group that, to my mind, goes to the very heart of how the agency will function in practice. Its organisational culture. And I got a bit excited earlier about the importance of leadership. I probably get even more excited about the importance of culture. And I think the two go together. I think they're symbiotic in many ways. I am familiar, as I'm sure many other members of the committee are, with the concept that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So the best laid schemes, the best laid plans are all liable to perish when they come into contact with poor leadership and poor culture. And so this is an attempt on my part to address the issue of operational culture, internal ethos, and most importantly, the rights and duties of the individuals who will be employed within it, or indeed specifically charged with it. Because if we're serious about delivering structural and cultural reform, we must attend not only to who leads public bodies, but also to how staff are appointed, supported and held to proper standards of conduct and impartiality. And this group of amendments seeks to embed these principles more firmly into the legislation. So let me begin by unpacking Amendment 221, which requires Qualification Scotland may only appoint a person as Chief Executive if Qualification Scotland and Scottish ministers consider the person a fit and proper person. I think that speaks for itself. Has experience of leadership, and I would expect that any reading of that would suggest that they have had successful experience of leadership, that they have led some kind of progressive organisation, that they have seen change managed in a whole organisation, that they have skills, knowledge and expertise in education. Now, I know that Ross Greer and I are perhaps at opposite ends of this discussion, But I think one of the issues that is most regularly raised with me by teachers and educationalists is that the people in charge of these significant institutions that define the Scottish educational landscape are themselves not people who have a feel, even sometimes, in the opinion of others, for education, because they have no experience of the real-world contact that the people who are passing their comment to me have. And this is a view that's been raised with me by a number of people that I do actually consider to be experts. They should have some skill, knowledge or expertise in the regulation of educational qualifications. That is a field of interest that they should have some understanding of. And also, I think, operating within a public sector setting, because that, as I've already alluded to in my previous contribution, can be quite a different environment than someone who perhaps has not had some experience of public sector governance. These, of course.
I'm grateful, Convener. I'm grateful to the member to take weight. Although the regulation of educational qualification and public sector governance is an alternative in your amendment rather than a build on.
Can you repeat that?
My apologies. In subparagraph C,
yes.
2 and 3 are alternatives rather than building on. There's an or at the end of qualification.
Yes, that is correct. There is an. Thank you for clarifying my own amendment. Yes, there is in fact an or at the end of part 2. But what I'm trying to do is illustrate the significance of both of these requirements. And you know, going back to John Mason's quest for perfection of earlier, it would be ideal, I think, we'd all agree, if someone had all of these qualifications, but definitely someone who has some experience of the regulatory environment in terms of education qualifications, or some form of experience in public sector governance. You're absolutely right. And I think this is of profound significance, as I said earlier, because one of the clearest criticisms levelled at the SQA has been the lack of transparency and accountability in its internal structure. And if I might return to Professor Muir's report, Putting Learners at the Centre, he made clear in that report that a culture of defensiveness and lack of openness has been allowed to grow, leading to a perception of unaccountability and remoteness from the educational community. My amendment's an attempt to try and nail down the fact that the Chief Executive themselves would be someone who is very connected to, not remote to, the educational community. Amendment 222 builds on this principle by ensuring the Chief Executive demonstrates a commitment to the values of openness, transparency and accountability. So just unpacking that particular amendment for the committee's consideration. This would require Qualification Scotland to have a clear and accessibility to decision-making. It would ensure that standards and assessments in relation to relevant qualifications are subject to appropriate scrutiny. And there would be a requirement in statute, by my amendment, to engage with relevant and important viewpoints. And there would also be an obligation in law to publish data reports and decisions in relation to the exercise of Qualifications Scotland's functions, and to respond appropriately to developments in education policy and the needs of children, young people, other persons undertaking a relevant qualification and employers.
Would the member take a short?
Yes.
I'm grateful.
I'm always grateful for the illumination that you can bring to my amendment.
Well, in relation to the subparagraph 5, you have respond appropriately. I wonder what you envisage as the test of appropriateness is. Is it public opinion? Is it committee? Is it Scottish Government? Is it Parliament?
It's evidence. It's the evidence that is presented and available to, as it would be in any situation of any response. I wouldn't expect anybody to respond to some vagary of opinion. I would expect it to be substantiated by firm evidence. I mean, that, I think, is a requirement of sound leadership, that you gather evidence. That may involve, by the way, different opinions, but that you are at the heart of seeking for evidence in whatever form you can get it in order to be fair and transparent in the way that you arrive at your decisions. So this amendment would also ensure that under the Chief Executive's leadership qualifications, under the Chief Executive's leadership, Qualifications Scotland would adhere to the Nolan principles, the 7 principles of public life: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty and leadership. And these are not and should never be treated as platitudes. They are the ethical framework by which all public servants in Scotland ought to be judged. And again, the bill as introduced is largely silent, I think, on these matters. It creates a body, it gives a board, it defines functions, but it says almost nothing about the internal responsibilities of those who will actually deliver on its mission. And I recognise that we cannot legislate for outcomes, but we can legislate for structures and expectations that make good outcomes more likely. And that is why I'm offering these amendments. These amendments seek to do just that. Now, if I might turn to Amendment 223, which Ross Greer referenced in his remarks. This amendment proposes that the Chief Executive be appointed for a fixed and non-renewable term of 7 years. Again, this, for me, is about protecting the independence of the role. Because if we're serious about having an inspectorate or any chief executive, anybody in a high-profile public role that can speak truth to power, that can be a challenge to both national policy and local practice, then I feel in statute we must insulate it from the possibility that the chief executive, the independence of the chief executive might be compromised by considerations of a future reappointment. A non-renewable term also removes the risk of perceived favour-seeking. It liberates the post holder to lead fearlessly and impartially. And 7 years seems to me to be a reasonable period. Of course.
Just trying to look on the more positive side, what if said individual, after 7 years, is doing a fantastic job and has all the leadership requirements that Mr Kerr's looking for, and all of a sudden they can't stand anymore, they can't continue with the jobs they're doing? Yeah. Is it not limiting the individuals and the actual ability of people who will be wanting to go for the role? Because in my perspective, I'm looking at it, you've already cut out quite a few people that would actually go for the role. I remember my time in public appointments in local council, where there was a submarine commander applied for every senior job in the council. I'm not sure if he had the leadership qualities, I'm not sure if he could pick up the bins in time, but the whole idea is that, you know, there are people who have that leadership quality that could possibly bring something other than education. I appreciate I've asked my initial question, I've gone off at a tangent, but Mr Kerr knows what I'm like. And actually say that they have the leadership qualities to be there. So are you not limiting the potential for somebody who may be dynamic and have the skills to actually take this organisation forward?
I'm always grateful for your interventions, George Adam, because they're always a novel and exciting experience. And such was I really didn't think we'd get bin collection into the education bill consideration, but we have. In answer to your very direct question, I think one of the most important aspects, and I'm sure you would agree with this, of leadership, qualities of leadership, is succession. And I think that for the reasons I've outlined a period of office which is non-renewable, also for anyone who has an eye on the future and in terms of the sustainability of some of the passions they might have had as a leader, that they will have built in a lot of work around succession. So I'm suggesting that that is actually one of the qualities of leadership that I would most look for in recruiting a chief executive for any body whatsoever. And I do think 7 years is a reasonable period. It's long enough to ensure strategic continuity and impact, and also to provide for succession. But it's also limited enough to allow for fresh leadership at appropriate intervals. I'm pretty keen on there being lots of leaders and lots of opportunities for leaders. No one should be reading anything into my comments into any other sphere. This approach is consistent with other senior public appointments in Scotland and beyond. It is a safeguard against politicisation. I worried about that word from the moment I wrote it. Against the entrenchment of authority and against the dilution of challenge. I think these are important points. And again, the bill as introduced is largely silent on these matters. Again, it creates a body, a board, and it defines functions. Now, Convener, I want to go further than that. I want the bill to clearly describe the expectations of those who will hold these critical leadership roles. So I return to the key principle at stake, as referenced in my previous remarks to the committee, which, to my view, is trust. The public will not judge this new agency by its legal structure alone. They will judge it by its conduct, its openness, by the way its staff interact with learners, educators and the broader system. If we are serious about a new start, a clean break from the SQA's legacy, we cannot afford to be casual about the internal ethical framework of the new agency. And that is precisely what these amendments seek to do. They do not burden the organisation with bureaucracy, they equip it with the ethical scaffolding necessary for integrity and accountability. And therefore, I would urge my colleagues in the committee to support Amendments 221, 222 and 223. I think they are moderate, they are principled and constructive proposals that will strengthen the foundation on which Qualifications Scotland is built. And I would ask the Government to consider whether the bill in its current form goes far enough to underpin and guarantee the operational culture that I think we all know is needed in order to serve the best interests of Scotland's learners and educators. Thank you, Convener.
Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank Mr Greer and Mr Kerr for explaining the purposes of their amendments. As we've heard, Amendments 47 and 48 are about the creation of a new statutory position for Chief Examiner, separate to the role from Chief Executive, and it will require that person to be registered with the General Teaching Council for Scotland, the GTCS, and I should remind members of my register of interest as a member of the GTCS. I would highlight to the committee, as Ross Greer did, that the SQA has already implemented a new executive management structure which has created these newly defined roles of Chief Executive, separating out the function of Chief Examiner. And I spoke to the Chair only yesterday, along with my Director Claire Hicks, and she was talking to us at length about how warmly welcome that position change from the SQA had been made. And it is our expectation that that shift in terms of these leadership positions being separated out will transfer into Qualifications Scotland. I'm not happy to do so.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. And I take the point, and both the Cabinet Secretary and Ross Greer have said that function is already created for in the SQA. But that's after a significant amount of concern was levied at the organisation, after various problems with exams that starting in 2020, continuing through history, etc. I won't rehearse them. So would the Cabinet Secretary not accept that it would be better, rather than leave whatever replaces the SQA, to create a preferable structure in the midst of a crisis, but instead set it up properly with these kind of structures from the beginning in legislation?
Well, I'm going to come on to explain my rationale behind positioning on these amendments, if the member would allow me to do so. There are challenges with the amendment at the current time as drafted, which I think will answer some of the points Ms Duncan Glancy makes, although it is my expectation, the original point I was making, that this separation of these responsibilities will transfer into Qualifications Scotland. One reason that I have concerns about is that the amendment in relation to Qualifications Scotland obviously will be an NDPB and therefore responsible for its own staffing and operational structures. And I'm not overly convinced of the need to prescribe this particular role in legislation, nor for ministers to be responsible for approving staff appointments, with the exception of this Chief Executive. So I do want to provide assurances to Mr Greer that I have every intention of supporting Qualifications Scotland in developing their renewed leadership structure, which I think talks to some of the issues Ms Duncan Glancy and Mr Kerr were speaking to in relation to culture shift. It has to better support the delivery of qualifications and assessment, and as outlined, much of that work is already underway in relation to the changes that well, I think I referred to her as the new chair, but I think you chastised me at the time, last time convener, so she's not that new. The current chair brought forward in recent months. But on the specifics of the amendment, sorry, yes, after you.
You mentioned in an earlier group of amendments some work that you had asked the chair to do. Could you outline that work and the reporting period for it?
The report, I'm not sure in terms of... Can I come back on that point, convener? I just want to check with officials in relation to an associated reporting period. We have asked her to strengthen the accreditation function. There are a number of different actions associated with that. So if I can come back to that point, convener, as I'm aware officials are not allowed to talk in these engagements at the current time. Now, in relation to the amendment itself, I am of course supportive of the principle that this person should have teaching experience. But as members will all appreciate, not all previous teachers necessarily remain with the GTCS. Not all teachers trained in Scotland as well. And if they have spent many subsequent years building essential qualifications and assessment experience elsewhere, they just might not be a member of the GTCS, which also incurs, of course, an annual fee. I believe if we're to require GTCS registration, we would be missing out on invaluable experience from candidates that might come from out west Scotland, and it would presume that a candidate would have been a teacher in Scotland, and I do think that would be quite limiting. I also wish to note that specifying a staffing role like this in legislation has some other challenges. So a chief executive is a well-established role, and it's clear to all that their role is to lead the organisation, whereas a chief examiner prescribed in legislation is likely to be more ambiguous to people as to what their role would be. We would need to be much clearer in the legislation about what the function of that role would be. And at this point in time, based on what the current role is, I do not think prescribing it in legislation is helpful to the organisation should that role need to adapt and change to fit the future organisational and system needs. And as I've said, I believe if we were to legislate on this, then we should be much more flexible about who can be appointed to ensure we don't exclude good candidates who might have taught out of Scotland. Happy to do so.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for laying out the rationale. Just to be absolutely clear, though, if I were to withdraw this amendment and to come back with an equivalent to it that still separates these roles but addresses the GTCS point and takes a wider definition of educator, would the government be able to support it? Because I'm a little bit confused by the Cabinet Secretary's explanation here. On the one hand, it sounds like the government objects to separating these roles in statute, full stop. But then on the other hand, it sounds like it's actually just a drafting issue. If it's the latter, perfectly happy to withdraw and for us to come back at stage 3 and address that point around GTCS being too restrictive. It doesn't sound like that's the government's objection. It sounds like the government objects to us separating these roles in the bill, full stop.
Well, I think the objection is twofold. The first the member alludes to is that there is no requirement for it to be done in legislation as it has been done. And I think this also calls into question the role of ministers in stipulating staffing structures in an organisation, which is highly unusual. Now, I understand members' level of interest in this and why that, I think Mr Greer is getting at. He doesn't want to see a rolling back in relation to the separation of these roles. So I'm happy to look at the issue in relation to that at stage 3 with the member. I am concerned about the GTCS stipulation as drafted. I have real concerns about that because I think it could potentially look to exclude those from out West Scotland who've undertaken their teacher training elsewhere. So I think that is concerning. But I do think staffing structures should be a matter for the organisation and not really for ministerial interference. So it would be helpful for me perhaps to hear a bit more from Mr Greer, if the convener would allow me to, on his rationale for why he thinks this is required to be spelled out in legislation, given that the organisation has already shifted in recognition of the challenges here.
Thank you, convener. Thanks to the Cabinet Secretary. I mean, not to be too flippant here, but the rationale is quite a simple one. The organisation that we're replacing has proven itself undeserving of our trust. And it has proven itself incapable in governance, in how it structures itself and in the operational decisions it makes. That's why Parliament is now taking the dramatic step of abolishing the Scottish Qualifications Authority and replacing it with a new body. I want to make sure we build in safeguards so that we don't repeat some of those mistakes. It sounds like the Cabinet Secretary is essentially asking us to trust the new organisation. I hope the new organisation will prove itself deserving of our trust, but given why we are why we've got to where we are now, I don't think that's a risk worth taking, and I think this is a safeguard we should put into the legislation.
So I think thanks, Convener. I think from my perspective it was helpful to hear the rationale. I did just want to put on the record that this work has already been undertaken, notwithstanding I recognise the concern here. The issues he raises around, that Mr Greer raises around trusts are well versed to the committee and really part of the rationale that's behind reform. So I'm more than happy to work with him to that end in relation to an amendment at stage 3, which captures the focus of what I think he's trying to deliver, which is that separation, and recognises the points I've made in relation to GTCS membership. I'll continue. Oh, sorry.
Wind up, but I don't know. Yeah. Cabinet Secretary.
I turn now to Mr Kerr's amendments, so 221, 222 and 223, which seek to place legislative requirements around the experience and values of a Chief Executive, their appointment period and what actions they must encourage the organisation to undertake. I note that 221 and 222 present slightly different options to consider. However, the reasons why I do not think they are needed apply to both options. The amendments in this group from Mr Kerr replicate the values that all public appointments require, as set out in the Code of Practice for Ministerial Appointments to Public Bodies in Scotland, published by the Ethical Standards Commissioner. And I think this point has been addressed by previous amendments today. So it would not be necessary or appropriate to set these out in legislation, as this would mean that the bill could become out of date if the Code of Practice changed. So adding those requirements in isolation would also fail to recognise other important values that are required for public body appointments. The principles of public life in Scotland apply to all who hold public office, including members of public bodies, and include integrity, honesty and leadership. To reassure the member, in the bill as introduced, Scottish ministers approve the appointment of the Chief Executive. Schedule 4 of the bill also provides for the Ethical Standards Commissioner's rules to apply. If a recruitment process has not identified a preferred candidate that meets the values expected of public body leaders, then Scottish ministers can reject the proposed appointment. Also, due to the subjective nature of some of the behaviours listed in Amendment 222, I'm not able to support this, and I'm also concerned that this amendment conflates values and behaviours with the functions of the body, the latter of which are already covered in other sections of the bill. For example, the bill already sets out new requirements for transparency and decision-making and scrutiny of how it works. And I'm minded of the points that I think Martin Whitfield was making in this space too. References to demonstrating commitment and responding appropriately are open to judgment and would be better dealt with and tested in the appointment process rather than in legislation. Ministers would not appoint an individual who was assessed as not being able to deliver on these statutory requirements. And furthermore, the requirement in Amendment 221 for the Chief Executive to have experience in the regulation of qualifications is contradictory to the provisions in the bill, in which the accreditation function is quite separate and overseen by the Accreditation Committee. Lastly, limiting the appointment of the Chief Executive to 7 years, as we've heard, would risk the body regularly losing essential knowledge, which I think was the point that Mr Adam was trying to make, limiting its ability to inform and deliver long-term change and improvement. Furthermore, changes to qualifications as a result of the wider programme of education reform, which of course includes Professor Hayward's recommendations, are going to take a number of years to be fully implemented and embedded across our curriculum. It would be valuable to have that ability to ensure sufficient continuity to that end. I do want to highlight to Mr Kerr that statutory time limit terms are not usual in Scottish legislation for chief executives, but they are common for board members. Chief executive terms are generally covered by appointment contracts and governance frameworks rather than explicit legislative term limits. So therefore, I question the need for this to be specified in legislation, given the chief executive is an employee of Qualifications Scotland. However, the terms of appointment could be set by the board to allow for flexibility should changes be required. For these reasons, I cannot support Mr Kerr's amendments in this group, and I would urge others to take the same position. However, I hope I've provided some level of comfort that the principles of his amendments are well-established principles throughout Scottish public sector appointments. Convener.
Thank you very much. And I call Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 47.
Thank you, Convener. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for laying out her rationale. I've got to admit, I'm still somewhat unsure of the government's position and exactly what the Cabinet Secretary is offering to me here. If the government is willing to accept that we should legislate to separate these roles, I'm perfectly happy to work with the Cabinet Secretary and come back with an amendment at stage 3 that addresses the point around the GTCS in particular. I don't entirely agree with it, but for the sake of achieving wider agreement, I'm perfectly happy to address that point and widen it. Sorry, Cabinet Secretary, the microphone wasn't on.
Happy to do so.
Thank you. Grateful for that. In that case, I think it is valuable wherever possible for us to achieve consensus on these points. So I'm perfectly happy on the basis that we'll come back at stage 3 with an amendment that sets out the separation of these two roles. I won't move to vote on 47 and 48. And just very briefly on Mr Kerr's amendments, I do think 222 is too prescriptive and 223 too restrictive. I've got some sympathy for what's in 221 as a kind of broad statement of principles, but I think given that we'll be coming back at stage 3 with amendments to address the points that we've been discussing around separation of the roles, I wouldn't vote for what's in 221 at this stage. I could conceive of something in this space that I'd be able to agree to at stage 3. But as I said, Convener, on the basis of the Cabinet Secretary's reassurance, I won't move 47 and 48 when we get to it.
Ross Greer seeks to withdraw Amendment 47. Does any member object? No member has objected. Amendment 47 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 221 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 47. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
On the basis of what Ross Greer just said, not moved.
I call Amendment 222 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 47. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. And I call Amendment 223 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 47. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. I think that's an opportunity to take another short comfort break, and I suspend the meeting for 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. I call Amendment 224 in the name of Katie Clark, grouped with Amendments 241, 281, 288 and 333. Katie Clark to move Amendment 224 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Clark.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak to amendments in this group, all of which were put down with the aim of attempting to explore how we could create a strong duty of care by educational institutions towards students in that sector. So that would be a duty of care in both higher and further education institutions towards students. And of course, the duties that organisations have towards students are very different than they have towards, for example, their workforce, where there is a duty of care contained in the contract of employment, or indeed the types of duties that exist in the schooling system. The reason that I've come to this committee really arises out of work around violence against women and girls and a number of cases where I believe there's been significant failures in the education setting, and indeed the work of campaigners such as Fiona Druitt, which many on this committee will know of. So my amendments relate to how we try to ensure that there are higher obligations by institutions towards students. And of course, I think we've always got to remember that many young people leave home for the first time to go to college and university. And it's a very different kind of environment that they'll have been in before. And I would argue as a society we need to ensure that we really provide a strong framework and that there are appropriate duties of care towards students in those types of situations. So all my amendments relate to the mental health and well-being of all students, as I say, both in further education and higher education, but also to those studying, for example, teaching qualifications under the proposed Qualifications Scotland framework. We know that being a student and indeed taking part in these forms of training can be a very stressful experience for many, and indeed a survey from 2021 by the Mental Health Foundation showed that almost 20%, 19.6% of university students in Scotland reported either suicidal ideas or a suicide attempt in the last 6 months. There'll be other data, but we know generally that it is a very stressful time for many. And trade unions, particularly in the further and higher education sector, have also reported the high levels of stress, anxiety, depression and other mental health issues among staff, and that it can exist on campus. So clearly we need robust and codified support, both for those that are learning but also those that are teaching under Qualifications Scotland. So all of my amendments really aim to open up that discussion and consider how we can. Of course, I'd be very happy to take an intervention.
Thank you, Katie Clark, for taking the intervention. The committee had a letter sent a letter from University Scotland, who raised some serious concerns in regard to the ramifications of your amendments. You know, what they would have on the entire education and skills system. I was just wondering if you could respond to their concerns.
Yeah, I think I saw a letter, or at least extracts from that letter last night. What I would say is that I have had discussions with the sector in the past, and I understand there are many in the sector that are sympathetic to something along these lines, whether you know, the particular drafting of these amendments is the concern or whether it's a broader concern. I think, as I've attempted to outline so far, what I'm trying to say is actually we need to look at this issue again, and that I think it would be reasonable, given particularly the amount of public funding that goes into both the higher and further education system, that we should expect higher levels of responsibility on those organisations to provide safe systems. And that will look like many things. I obviously have focused on violence against women and girls, and we can think of many ways in which it would be necessary to create safe systems to try and minimise the risks of violence against women and girls. But I believe my amendments are far wider ranging and relate to many other situations and the pressures that students are often under.
grateful for the member for taking this intervention and actually for bringing forward these amendments. I think it's important that this is included in the bill. I'm not quite sure in terms of each institution I have met with have very different sets of support available. Edinburgh University, for example, with a large international student intake, some of that duty of care is language barrier related. Other institutions have been providing very useful support, for example, in relation to mental health, which you outlined, but also access to food banks, for example, and that more holistic support while someone's going through their studies. Is that what she envisaged is trying to be created as part of the bill, or is this just pointing towards what should be a wider package of duty of care? And I think maybe that's something the government probably are quite open to working towards, I would hope, as part of this bill, and a set of principles of what that could look like.
I think that was a very helpful intervention from Miles Briggs. I think what I'm attempting to explore is the possibility of a generic duty of care. Now, how that would be implemented, I think, would be something that would be considered over a very lengthy period of time, and indeed may change over the decades as people's understanding and levels of knowledge and views as to what it's reasonable to expect may change. And what I'm attempting to do is, if you like, is to increase the legal threshold that currently exists. I think we know that different institutions provide, as you say, very different levels of support, and indeed that level of support has often improved in recent years as a result of sometimes quite tragic circumstances where there have been lessons learnt. So, as I understand it, there isn't really a uniform standard across Scotland, but there has been an improvement, I would say, in recent decades as institutions have responded often to campaigning and concerns being raised. And the idea of these amendments is really to create that minimum legal threshold, if you like, rather than, recommending, if you like, that specific actions such as food banks, which isn't something I had considered, but it's more that there should be, that there is a duty of care in the same way that the institutions owe a duty of care to many other relationships that exist. Yes, of course.
Take an intervention. I'm very grateful, Convener, and also to Katie Clark for taking the intervention. It seems to me that the very strong purposes that sit behind these proposed amendments also rests in the fact that there are some young people who are within our educational institute for whom there already is a duty of care simply because of their age.
Yes, exactly.
And that actually it makes a much more simplistic, but that doesn't mean it's not beneficial, a simplistic platform on which to build services for all young people who engage in educational establishments, where we can define the duty of care, and as you've said, that's the minimum standard, and we can look to above that. But actually, by introducing this, it makes the playing field far easier for people, particularly institutions, to understand the various and differing types of students who come and engage at different stages in their life, but also at different stages in their development, which I think is very important as well.
I think the intervention from Martin Whitfield, particularly focusing on age, is extremely helpful, and I would argue that some of these barriers, if you like, are artificial, that there are different levels of legal responsibility towards different students, depending on how they're categorised, is perhaps an artificial barrier, and that what I'm arguing is that institutions should have a general duty of care, that would be a helpful development in terms of Scots law, and obviously the detail of what that might look like would be something for discussion, but I don't think necessarily would be something that would be outlined in an initial piece of legislation. It's about trying to, if you like, improve the overall standards and the overall legal requirements. So, as I say, there's a number of specific amendments that I'm happy to focus on, but if you like, the general concept is that what we're trying to do is say that institutions should have a generic duty of care in a way that they have and duties that they have in relation to many of the contracts that they're involved in as institutions, whether that's as universities or colleges. So Amendment 224 it requires that there be a dedicated member of staff to ensure that Qualifications Scotland are meeting their obligations in relation to a duty of care. I was not in any way suggesting that necessarily would mean recruiting a new member of staff, but more that there would be someone within the organisation that would have responsibility and specific responsibilities to ensure that these obligations are met. That may require another member of staff, but I wouldn't necessarily believe that would automatically be the approach that would be taken. I think it would be more that the organisation would have somebody who had a role in driving this piece of work. Amendment 241 requires that in exercise its functions Qualifications Scotland or duty of care both to students and those taking part in training to a Qualifications Scotland qualification. And I think this suggestion comes out a number of cases where there's been concerned about the experience that students have had. So that would include the responsibility to act in the aforementioned parties' best interests and to have regard to their mental and physical well-being. Section 228 sets out a duty of care for educational and training establishments, and at that most basic level this duty of care would mean that an education or training establishment would need to have a duty and attempt to act in the best interests of teachers, practitioners and learners. And as I've said, this I believe relates to a wider health and well-being agenda. It also ensures that teachers, practitioners and learners are entitled to access to support from education and training establishments, and to have this codified to ensure that learners who face additional barriers are able to achieve their fullest potential. Amendment 333 details an inspection plan is set out by the Chief Inspector as soon as practicable to do so. It should include details of how an assessment will be made to ensure that establishments are upholding their duty of care, as well as ensuring that groups have their needs met, which perhaps picks up on some of the points that Miles Briggs was making in his intervention in terms of what would this mean in a very practical way for institutions, and would it mean that they were looking perhaps at providing a service that they currently do not. Yes, of course. Happy to.
Grateful, thanks. Convener, this can be instead of the contribution I was going to make to the debate. I'm just wondering if Katie Clark would agree in relation to 288 that the institutions should really have a duty of care to anyone who walks through the door. So think in particular of schools. And I know that this it's not the intention to exclude others, but taking schools as an example, a school absolutely has a duty of care to its pupils and to its teachers, but it also has a duty of care to its support staff in particular. And in relation to violence against women and girls, I'm particularly conscious that it's often women on the support staff of a school who are shown the least respect and often have to endure the most unacceptable sexual harassment in particular. And if we are heading towards a blanket duty of care, and I'm glad the members brought these amendments forward, that we should make sure that that duty of care is to everyone who steps through the door of any of these establishments, but particularly to all members of staff.
I'm grateful to Ross Greer for that intervention, and of course most people that work on campuses will probably have a direct contract of employment, and there probably will be a duty of care in relation to that, and I would hope that most support staff would have that duty as in terms of the employer-employee relationship. But we know that increasingly over the decades there's many people working on sites that are not in that direct, if you like, traditional contract of employment situation, whether that's contractors or consultants or a wide range of different individuals that are working on site in a range of capacities. So I think these are issues that institutions are already having to grapple with. The amendments that I'm bringing today are very much focusing at students, who I think almost bizarrely seem to have less of these kind of contractual rights in relation to their educational relationship with institutions. And I'm really suggesting this is something that we maybe need to explore, and that actually we need, if you like, a generic right, an overriding attempt to ensure that there's that duty of care. And I think that is against the backdrop, particularly after COVID, but actually over many decades of an awareness of the increasing levels of individuals who say that they've got mental health concerns while studying, and we know that the numbers, according to Scottish universities, the number of students who say that they have mental health conditions has tripled over the last decade. So it's with all of this in mind that these amendments are being brought forward today to embed the concept of a duty of care within the Qualifications Scotland and indeed within institutions. And as I hope I've made clear from the way that I've presented my amendments today, this is an attempt to start the discussion, to look at how this could be done. And I hear what Jackie Dunbar said about concerns that are being raised by institutions. I would say that when I initially came to this issue, which was a number of years ago, it was actually senior members of institutions that raised the issue with me. So I think there is some appetite within the sector for amendments, whether as drafted today or drafted differently. But I was interested in the concerns that were raised in the correspondence that she referred to earlier, and obviously that's a debate that needs to be had. But I think as politicians and as representatives in this Parliament, I think it's reasonable that we say that we would expect institutions to have this type of duty of care towards students, because in the past there hasn't been the form of guidance, support and paternal care that I think we would expect. And I hope that's something that the committee would be sympathetic to, whether they feel they're able to support the specific wording of any specific amendment today.
Thank you. And I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank Ms Clark for explaining the purposes of her amendments. I think it was very helpful to have that background, and also as she will know, Scottish Government are already supporting Fiona Drewitt's Emily test within colleges and universities more broadly. The importance of health and wellbeing across our education system is one that I think we are all absolutely behind. And I appreciate this is an attempt to start a discussion, but there are some challenges in relation to the drafting at the current time, but I'm more than happy to engage with the member on that, and I'll talk to some of that in more detail. But those relate really to the duplication of existing duties and potentially imposing some open-ended duties. So it's unclear how organisations like Qualifications Scotland and education and training establishments in Scotland could comply with duties of care imposed in the terms that Ms Clark has proposed, because those duties are so broad and it is not clear what steps would need to be taken to meet them. So I think this is something I'd be happy to discuss with Ms Clark in more detail, but there's a lack of clarity in terms of how those that application would interact with existing duties. Turning to the detail of Amendments 224, 241 and 281, Amendment 241 sets out that Qualifications Scotland owes a duty of care to those who take and deliver qualifications. Now, this duty includes, but is not limited to, acting in their best interest. So the package of amendments also includes measures that seek to ensure Qualifications Scotland sets out in its corporate plan how it intends to satisfy this duty and appoint a dedicated member of staff with responsibility for ensuring that duty is met. It is worth emphasising that Qualifications Scotland, like all public bodies, will have an inherent duty of care towards its services users more broadly. But ensuring Qualifications Scotland acts in the interests of children, young people, adult learners and teachers is also fundamentally a core driver of reform, as I think we've heard this morning. The range of governance and accountability measures we are embedding in the organisation as part of the bill are wider than this alone, and they will also together ensure that these interests are always at the centre of the organisation. So, for example, the Learner and Teacher and Practitioner Charters emphasise the expectations to be met by Qualifications Scotland on how to support learners and teachers. Section 7 of the bill also requires Qualifications Scotland to take account of the needs and interests of those using its services. I would be concerned about the requirement for Qualifications Scotland to act in the best interests of those named, as it creates significant ambiguity as to what exactly constitutes compliance. The duty is also not limited to this. It's so broad in its current terms that it potentially widens the scope of the duty of care beyond what would normally be attached to a national public body. I'm also concerned about the relevance of what is proposed in that regard. Qualifications Scotland serves children, young people and adult learners who are undertaking their qualifications. But in practice, it's not the organisation itself that works directly with these individuals. It's the relevant education establishments and their teachers and their training staff who will already have that duty of care towards them. So I don't think it's relevant for those broad duties to be conferred on Qualifications Scotland beyond what they would already be expected to do as part of their delivery functions. So I'm not able to support that amendment. On 288, it would impose a duty of care on the listed educational and training establishments in relation to persons undertaking education or training and those providing teaching or training. That duty includes, but is not limited to, a duty to act in the best interest of those persons, a duty to protect the health and well-being of those persons, and a duty to ensure that those persons have fair and equitable access to support from their education or training establishment. And it's not clear whether the intention is to widen the scope of educational establishments' potential liability in relation to those matters, but that appears to be the effect. So the duty is expressed in very broad terms, and the particular aspects included are framed in open-ended terms. So, for example, it's unclear what the limits would be to the duty of an education authority to protect the health and well-being of its pupils and employees. And some aspects would also interact with and to an extent duplicate existing law. So, for example, it is unclear how the duty to protect the health and well-being of pupils and employees would interact with the health and safety law and with the duty in the Standards in Scotland Schools Act 2000 for schools to be health promoting. The duty of care imposed on relevant educational establishments in relation to learners and teachers by Amendment 288 will almost certainly create confusion for educational establishments who will already have their own specific duties of care that are relevant to their circumstances, their staff and their service users. And I understand that the Scottish Funding Council and University Scotland, which I think you've heard from Jackie Dunbar, have written to the convener to set out their concerns regarding this amendment and potential implications. And I would be concerned that this broad requirement would lead to inconsistencies of how the duty is applied. And I think that may also be the point that Mr Briggs was driving at across different establishments such as schools, further education providers and training institutions who all have very different circumstances. So in my view, that amendment is ambiguous and duplicative, and I am not able to support it. In relation to Amendment 333, which would require the Chief Inspector's inspection plan to include how an assessment will be made as to whether an establishment is upholding its duty of care. I think that the new provision for the Chief Inspector on Child Protection and Safeguarding, which is Amendment 88 in Group 29, goes a long way to meeting what appears to be the policy objective behind this amendment. And a further important safeguard will be the role of others, including this Parliament, in scrutinising the inspection plan and in ensuring it's sufficiently robust. That will be required to happen if amendments from Mr Greer, which I will support, are passed. The scope of the Chief Inspector's functions is wide, and we would expect that all inspection frameworks they put in place will include consideration of health, well-being and other interests of children and young people and learners, and how that is being safeguarded and promoted. But finally, there are a range of different national and strategic frameworks and systems that already exist to support organisations to protect and care for learners and teachers. So, for example, members will be well au fait with GIRFIC Getting It Right for Every Child, which puts the rights and well-being of children, young people and their families at the heart of policies which provide support for children and families, including schools. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child requires that the best interests of the child are a primary consideration in all actions concerning them. And public authorities must also report on the actions they have taken and intend to take for the purpose of ensuring compliance with the compatibility duty and to secure better or further effect of the rights of children. So while I do not support this group of amendments as currently drafted, I'm interested in working with Ms Clark on what I think are at the heart of her amendments, that our children, young people and learners and those delivering their learning are supported in the best ways possible. I also note that Ms Clark has similar themed amendments at Group 15. So I'd ask Ms Clark to not press her amendments and instead to meet with me to discuss options on how we can improve the support in relation to Qualifications Scotland and our wider system that can provide to those individuals and groups that she's spoken to today.
Thank you very much. And I call Katie Clark to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 224.
Thank you very much, Convener. I would be very happy to meet with the Cabinet Secretary in relation to any of the amendments. What I would say in response to the contribution that she's made, I suppose more generally, is I think it's the simplicity of having an overriding duty of care, which is the main argument really that I'm trying to put today. And I hear what she says, that she's concerned about confusion and that all institutions have very specific responsibilities in specific ways. But if we look at how legislation, how rights have been created historically, it has been very simple duties that have been created. And I think it's actually quite unusual and maybe quite surprising that institutions in this country don't have that kind of overriding duty of care to their students at this time. And that really is the issue that I'm attempting to explore today, because you can continue to create very specific responsibilities, but by doing so there will always be gaps. And what I'm saying is, I think we will all have cases, we will all have been involved in situations where we feel that educational institutions over many, many decades have failed students. And what this is attempting to do is to raise, if you like, the standard that we would expect as a minimum by all institutions. And I think that the points she makes about rights of the child echo very much the points that Martin Whitfield was making, in terms of that it may well be that the legal obligations are higher for younger students than for some of the older students, but that doesn't really mean that as a society we should be saying that those similar types of duties shouldn't exist for other students that don't fall within those categories. So I'm very interested in what the Cabinet Secretary is saying, but I suppose what I'm asking that we explore is whether a generic duty of care that would exist and that would be interpreted due to the facts and circumstances in each individual case is something that would strengthen our legal framework in educational settings in Scotland, and I think that is something that is worth continuing to explore, and I wouldn't be planning on pressing any of my amendments to the vote today, so I'll withdraw them.
Thank you very much. Katie Clark seeks to withdraw Amendment 224. Does any member object? No one has objected. I call Amendment 48 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 47. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 118 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 117. Willie Rennie, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 225 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 119 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 1 due to a preemption. If Amendment 121 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 51 due to a preemption. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 225 and speak to all amendments in the group. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. Our qualification system, as we've discussed this morning and over the period of consultation that the committee has undertaken on this bill, recognises that it really does have to reflect the diversity of all Scotland's learners, and that includes who sits at the table. And this group of amendments addresses how Qualification Scotland will listen to, learn from and work with the people who are most affected by its decisions. And I think we can probably all agree that listening to people who are affected by the decisions hasn't always been as optimal as it could be, and that we do need to address that. And so amendments in this space, I think, are going to be incredibly important. Strong governance doesn't just come from the boardroom alone. It comes also from inclusive structures that bring in the lived experience of learners, educators, parents and communities. And that's why the committees and committee structures within the bill are crucial. It's also why I think it's important that we discuss who's on them and how they operate. The amendments, I think, reflect a shared understanding that participation really should be built into the fabric of the new agency, not just as a principle but as a practice, and that they really should reflect diversity of everybody in the system. If we're serious, I think, about equity and fairness in education, the way that the new qualifications body makes decisions must be inclusive, transparent and collaborative. That is the principle that I think is at the heart of the amendments that we're discussing in the group. They differ in specific proposals, but I think all of the amendments do unite from a common goal, which is to strengthen the legitimacy and the responsiveness of Qualification Scotland by embedding representation, accountability and consultation into the structures of it. Amendment 225 in my name ensures that when appointing members to Qualification Scotland Committee, Qualification Scotland must have regard to representing the interests of those with protected characteristics under the Equality Act 2010, those from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds and those who are care experienced. And I think this amendment really does speak to some of the serious concerns that we have seen in Scotland's education system in recent years. And it would ensure that those learners who most need the qualification system to work for them and be responsive to their needs and who are underrepresented, usually underrepresented not just in terms of qualifications but also in staff in bodies like this, that these sets of amendments ensure that those people are considered carefully when appointed to the committee. I think it would bring an opportunity, present an opportunity for that expertise to be right at the centre of committees, and really kind of speaks to the principle there should be nothing about us without us when it comes to care experienced young people, when it comes to people with protected characteristics, and when it comes to people with socio-economic disadvantaged backgrounds. And I know I've mentioned it before, but I think it probably does merit mention again at this point that that particular group, the group who have experienced socio-economic disadvantage, are feeling particularly let down, particularly with what happened in 2020. So this is an attempt to make sure that all bodies that we set up as public bodies should do this, but this is the attempt to make sure that this one does, so that it serves all of Scotland's learners. Amendment 227 requires the Learners' Interest Committee to have a representative of parents and children and young people who are undertaking relevant Qualifications Scotland qualifications. And that, I think, means that Qualifications Scotland will benefit from the expertise of parents who I think felt a bit out of the loop with the bill, if I'm honest. And so I think this gives them an opportunity to have their rightful seat at the table and rightful place to shape and improve the work of Qualifications Scotland. There are a couple of amendments in this group that I understand, I think in the name of Ross Greer, Amendment 50 and Amendment 120, that I can understand what my colleague Ross Greer is seeking to achieve. I think in some ways they go a bit, I think they stretch into a bit, in some cases, of being a bit circular in terms of consultation with all of the different groups and committees that are in it. And I know what the member is trying to do and make sure that everything is collaborative. I just wondered if it might have overstretched a bit. I also think in Amendment 120, there will be some students that are undertaking, for example, advanced hires or apprenticeships that should be engaged and represented on the committee, and I'm not sure Amendment 120 would allow for that. I don't know that that's, I suspect that's not deliberate actually, but I just wondered if the wording in that would allow for it. Amendment 228 requires Qualifications Scotland's Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee to have a number of representatives ensuring the views of trade unions and key education stakeholders are heard on it, including one or more persons who represent the education trade union operating in Scotland, one or more persons with knowledge in the areas of the subject of Qualifications Scotland qualifications, knowledge of business and industry, a representative of ADES, an Association of Directors of Education in Scotland. Just to take a moment on that, I think it's really quite important, given the relationship between local authorities, government, schools and the education structures, that we do make sure that there is that representation there. That goes for the same point around Colleges Scotland, SFC and the Skills Development Scotland too, which I think should all have an interest here, or do all have an interest here, and of course also University Scotland. I appreciate that's a lot of people that I've listed, but a lot of people have a stake in this and have an interest in it, and all of the people in Amendment 228, in my view, or in the organisations represented in Amendment 228, have a stake in our education system succeeding, being on the front foot, being fleet of foot, and being world leading again. And so I would encourage members to support those amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 49 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Convener, I thank Ms Duncan Glancy for explaining the purpose of her amendments, and I note the establishment of two committees which are dedicated to the interests of children, young people and adult learners and teachers and practitioners has been broadly welcomed. However, as I recognise in the Government's response to the committee's Stage 1 report, we do have an opportunity to further strengthen their intended impact. So members have lodged several amendments regarding the membership of these committees, which I will now turn to. Ms Duncan Glancy's Amendment 225 sets out a very important principle that the diverse needs and interests of Scotland's people should have their interests represented within Qualifications Scotland's committees and subcommittees. And I believe it does this by aiming to ensure that people from marginalised communities and socially disadvantaged backgrounds are considered. So I fully agree with her proposal. That amendment reflects the objectives for interest committees as set out in the Bill's policy memorandum. However, there are some challenges with this amendment as currently drafted. I would question whether or not the terminology is precise enough for what I believe the member is trying to achieve. In order for this amendment to work in the way that the member intends, it would have to be drafted differently. We'd also need to be sure that the term socio-economically disadvantaged worked in the context of the bill, and whether or not we need to adjust this amendment to include an appropriate definition to sit alongside it. I would ask the member not to press this amendment with a view to working with me on this issue ahead of stage 3.
Intervention.
Yeah, happy to.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. On the point of the definition, I think if the substantive amendment was accepted, we could add a definition at stage 3 without, it doesn't have to be an either or. However, to your previous point about the specific wording of it and concerns that it maybe doesn't do what I'm trying to do, can you give me a bit more detail on that? Like what do you think it would need? Could the Cabinet Secretary give me some more detail on that to see what it might need at stage 3 so that I can understand what it is the Cabinet Secretary's, I think, offering to undertake?
So in relation to some of the wording here in terms of the socio-economic disadvantage, I discussed this with officials previously. There are a range of different terminology in previous historic pieces of legislation where some of that language is used, and we want to be absolutely sure on the definition, I think, is the challenge here in relation to as it's currently drafted at the current time. But more than happy to work with the member on that to ensure that we have that correct definition captured, because I support what the member is trying to do in this space in terms of having a much more representative board, if that allays her concerns in that regard.
Can intervention? I thank you, Convener. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. Does the Cabinet Secretary, if it's just the definition at this point, could that be added at stage 3, but this amendment be supported at stage 2?
The other issue relates to protected characteristics. So there are a number of different protected characteristics. So I think we need to be mindful of this. I'm more than happy to engage with the member in relation to some of the definitions here and how we can clarify that. But as currently drafted, I think we would have issues supporting the current wording without having that clarity, certainly from my perspective in terms of legislative competence, which I need to be mindful of as well. But I'm more than happy to engage with the member on that point. I think I spoke to the issues in relation to the terminology. Turning to the Learner Interest Committee, Mr Greer has lodged 2 alternative packages of amendments for ensuring the membership of the committee includes children and young people. And I would encourage members to support Amendments 119 and 120. Amendment 119 ensures that the Learner Interest Committee must be entirely comprised of those undertaking or with recent experience of undertaking qualifications. It prevents Qualifications Scotland staff from being members of the committee. It also provides that one member of the board of Qualifications Scotland can be appointed if they represent learner interests on the board, and they must act as a co-convener of the committee, but will not be entitled to vote. Amendment 120 specifies that children and young people will be defined as persons under the age of 18. I asked Mr Greer and Mr Whitfield, who has lodged a similar alternative, not to press Amendments 1 and 226. These are concerned with ensuring the inclusion of a majority of persons undertaking or with recent experience of undertaking qualifications and including children and young people. And I believe that the purpose of these amendments is satisfied by Amendments 119 and 120, which go much further to provide for the committee to consist entirely of those undertaking or with recent experience of undertaking qualifications and to include children and young people. Ms Duncan Glancy has lodged Amendment 227, which requires parents to be members of the Learner Interest Committee, and I agree that parents have a role to play in their children's attainment of qualifications. It is for that reason that I have lodged an amendment ensuring that they will be consulted in relation to the creation of the Learner Charter. I do not believe, however, that it is appropriate for them to be represented on a committee that is designated for those undertaking qualifications. I therefore do not support this amendment. I would also urge caution with our language here when referring to parents. It is important that we are as inclusive as possible and acknowledge that many young people will be care experienced and will be represented by carers or other parties. Any use of the word parent in legislation should be accompanied by the term carer. I now move on to the membership of the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee. Mr Greer has again lodged what I see as a cohesive package that strengthens the membership structure of the committee. And it also mirrors the provisions in Amendment 119 for the Learner Interest Committee. I would ask that members support Amendment 121 for the same reasons that I believe Amendment 119 should be supported. It ensures the voting membership of the Interest Committee is entirely made up of those with current or recent experience of delivering teaching or training for qualifications. The committee will be supported by a non-voting board member to ensure an effective relationship between the board and the committee more broadly. Mr Greer has also lodged Amendment 51, which prescribes a teacher in training to be on committee, and I think this is a valuable addition in principle. However, I do believe that it could create some administrative issues for maintaining membership, given that the duration of training, such as the postgraduate diploma, could be for as little as 10 months. If this is something Mr Greer still wishes to pursue, then I would be keen to work with him at stage 3 to achieve the effect that he is looking for. Ms Duncan Glancy in Amendment 228 has also sought to set out membership in a much more prescriptive way, and while I do agree that these stakeholders have roles to play in advising Qualifications Scotland, their position on the Interest Committee as organisational stakeholders could undermine the principle that the Interest Committee is about bringing the teacher and practitioner experience to the fore. So I do not think it is appropriate that organisational and strategic stakeholders such as the Association of Directors of Education, Colleges Scotland, University Scotland, the SFC and SDS have seats on the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee. Whilst I am unable to support this amendment, I would like to assure members that I fully expect stakeholders listed here to have seats on the Strategic Advisory Council, and I will speak to this in more detail when we come to Group 13. But I fully intend to work with members on how we can get the membership model for the Council right. Mr Greer has also lodged several amendments that support more effective reporting lines and consultation opportunities for the interest committees. Those amendments are very much how I have envisaged the committee's working, and therefore would encourage support for amendments 32, 33, 50 and 52. Finally, I turn to a new position I have lodged, which is designed to support the staff of Qualifications Scotland. This amendment works in connection with amendments in Group 3 that require the member appointed with knowledge of staff interest to ensure effective consultation with the staff in that organisation. Public bodies have the ability to establish staff governance focus committees to advise the board. These are effective ways to engage with staff, trade unions and the wider organisation on the issues that most affect staff. And while I do not wish to prescribe that such a committee be set up, because that would quite rightly be for the organisation and staff to decide, in the event that such a committee is set up, it feels essential that it is convened by the member appointed to the board to reflect staff interests. My amendment does this, and therefore I ask members to support Amendment 49.
Thank you. I call Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 32 and other amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Convener. And apologies for having not done this earlier on, but at this point I should thank the Cabinet Secretary and her officials for working with me on a number of these amendments over some months. I very much appreciate the collaborative approach that they've taken. Amendment 32, as the Cabinet Secretary said, is designed to strengthen the link between the Learner Interest Committee and the board in particular. And this is based on the experience and the feedback of those on the learner panels that the SQA has run in recent years, where certainly from the perspective of the learners on the panel, it has often been the case that SQA senior management have been the only ones in receipt of their advice and have often disregarded that advice, and that very often the board of the organisation has simply not been involved in this. And it's a question of whether the board has received the advice and simply not considered it, never mind acted on it, or whether the board has not received it at all. So what I'm intending with 32 is to simply strengthen that link and to make it clear that the Learner Interest Committee has a relationship both with the Board of Qualifications Scotland but also with the staff of it, because both groups, staff and board members, would benefit from having that direct relationship and the advice that they should get from the Learner Interest Committee. 119 and 120 are about clarifying the membership of the committee. We took a lot of evidence on this as a committee at stage 1, and what I'm essentially seeking to do here is twofold. One is to clarify that the Learner Interest Committee certainly should not have staff members of Qualifications Scotland on it. And the second is to clarify that the Learner Interest Committee should include both children and young people and adult learners. So to Pam Duncan Glancy's point around 18-year-olds who are taking an advanced higher, they would be covered under 119B2, because this is about clarifying that there is a a unique role for, and there are unique needs of children and young people, but also Qualification Scotland services adult learners as well, so those who are 18 and over. Yes.
I'm very grateful, Convener. I'm very grateful to Ross Greer. It's particularly in relation to your amendment proposal 120, defining children and young people means a person under the age of 18. In Scots law, the rule is that if you're under 18, you are a child. Is there not a danger that you are going to enter a contradiction between a child and a young person, and by doing so may potentially exclude either a young person and or a child by attaching both child and young person to your definition of being under 18?
Thanks, and I appreciate the intervention. What I could say on that, not being a lawyer myself, is that the Scottish Government Legal Directorate seem to be content with the language in this case. If there's a need to revise it at stage 3, I think we can do that. But 119 and 120 were drafted in collaboration with the Scottish Government. So I believe that there is sufficient clarity there that we're talking about both children and young people, children under Scots law, as Martin Whitfield says, and that we're including adult learners as well. I'm not going to be moving Amendment 1. Took the interesting approach here of starting off with what I felt was a compromise position, and then after discussion with the Cabinet Secretary, rather than compromising, we both agreed that we should actually go further on this, which is where the relevant section of 119 comes from. So I won't be moving Amendment 1, because as the Cabinet Secretary says, the combination of 119 and 120 goes further than that. Moving to the Teacher and Practitioner Committee, 33 is the same principle as 32, making sure that they have a direct relationship with both the board and the staff of the organisation. I want to make sure that there's no gatekeeping by senior management, and that the committees feel that they have that direct link with the board. 121 is again similar principle to 119, making sure that we don't have staff of the organisation on the Teacher and Practitioner Committee. Amendment 51 in regards to a student teacher on the board. I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for her offer to work together ahead of stage 3 on that. I do think that is an important and a useful perspective. Certainly the feedback I've had when speaking to teachers. Head teachers in particular were actually very keen on there being at least one student teacher involved here to give that perspective. So I'm happy to withdraw 51 and to come back to that at stage 3. On the consultation amendments, so 50 and 52, on to address Pam Duncan-Glancy's point about whether this is too onerous, the language in here is that they should engage in that consultation in every case where it appears to the committee appropriate to do so, i.e. they don't have to do it in every case, only where they believe it's appropriate to do so. The intention of these amendments is to give them quite a firm nudge that consultation is should be a normal part of their procedure, so to reflect on the fact that that has been one of the key criticisms of the SQA in recent years, is that there's not been nearly enough consultation, both with other key groups, so the SQA not consulting enough with the learner panel, for example, but also not enough wider consultation there. So 50 and 52 don't place a requirement to consult all the time, only where the committees themselves believe it's appropriate to do so. Just to briefly touch on amendments by other members, I agree absolutely with the Cabinet Secretary on Amendment 49. I think that's a useful way to strengthen the role, the voice of Qualification Scotland staff. 225, I'm sympathetic to understand the points around drafting, if that can be resolved at stage 3. I think that would be very beneficial. But I do agree with the Cabinet Secretary on Pam Duncan-Glancy's 227 and 228. I think they would fundamentally change the nature of these committees, and they would dilute the voice of learners and teachers and practitioners on the Learner Interest Committee and the Teacher and Practitioner Interest Committee. And there are other ways, and it is, particularly when we're talking about parents, it's really important that their voice is heard here. We should make sure that their voice is heard, but not at the expense of learners themselves by diluting their voice on their Interest Committee.
Will you take an intervention?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank the member for taking the intervention. In what way does the member think that parents should be engaged?
So I would agree with the Cabinet Secretary on placing requirements around consultation, making sure that parents are consulted as part of these processes, particularly in relation to the corporate plan. I am interested, once we get to the debate on the Strategic Advisory Council, I'll be listening quite intently to other members in that, because I think that there are two quite different potential visions for that, and in one of them, having a parent voice on the Strategic Advisory Council I think would make absolute sense if it's to be a broadly representative body. Not to preempt that debate, it seems that the other vision for the Strategic Advisory Council is more like the Council of Education Advisors, i.e. academic experts. And if that's the case, that wouldn't be an appropriate place for a parent's voice, but we would then need to make sure that we have found another place for a parent's voice within the organisation and the wider structures of education governance. So I agree that there should be something in this bill that enshrines the involvement of parents, and I think the Cabinet Secretary's points around consultation are important. Once we get to the Strategic Advisory Council point, I think there's a debate to be had around what direction we're going in there, and if it's the former that I laid out, the representative group, that's perhaps the most appropriate place for a parent voice within the organisation and its committee and council structure. And just finally to close, convener, I believe that my 119 does the job of what Martin Whitfield is intending with 226. I understand his point around clarifying the language there. As much as I think that the language is appropriate, and I believe that the government thinks the language is appropriate, if it would be helpful to amend that at stage 3 in the manner that he suggests, i.e. to remove young people and just say children, as you know, we have a definition of children in Scots law, I would be happy to do so. But as it stands, and given the support for my 119, I think if 119 passes, it wouldn't be necessary for us to agree to 226 as well.
Thank you. I call Martin Whitfield to speak to Amendment 226 and other amendments in the group. Mr Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, convener. And it's interesting this morning that we've heard a great deal of discussion about the very broad range of people who have an interest in this bill. We've heard about the ability to sit on a board at the age of 16. And indeed, we have seen from contributions that the committee received by way of correspondence and others that there is a huge interest beyond this. The people that sit at the heart of this legislation are children and young people. They are the people who are going to be assessed. They are the people whose lifetime chances are dictated by the doors that open and close between those ages that run to the end of what we call formal education into university and college. And here we're discussing a learner interest committee on which it has, on the best interpretation, required amendments to ensure that children and young people are on it. The very learners, the very young people who are interested in this matter. And I think it is disappointing that in a parliament that passed the UNCRC, that in a parliament that has spoken on many, many, many occasions of the importance of lived experience, in particular young people, in a parliament that has spoken of the challenges that our current young people and children face, that it has taken amendments to put this in. The simplicity of the two-line amendment at 226 is to ensure that children and young people are represented on this committee, not children who come with a potential further requirement of having undertaken, or indeed recent experience of undertaking, qualifications, Scotland qualifications, because I know a significantly large number of children who take no qualifications, and I think, interestingly, their input may be incredibly valuable. I think it is important for many, many reasons that we address the challenge that it seems to be for this Scottish Government and this Parliament to actually open up and welcome on board in ways that are required to give access to decisions about young people to those young people themselves, not just to be listened to, but to be at the table when decisions about them are made. And this, I'm more than happy to give way to Willie Rennie.
I mean, I will support his amendment, but I think it's important to recognise what the Children and Young Persons or Young People's Commissioner said about making sure what I would describe as the boy at the back of the class that never speaks to anybody is actually included in the considerations. So it's right to have young people there, but it's also right to have a mechanism that encapsulates the range of views, because they might only speak to you for 5 seconds and you have no idea about how a committee operates, but their views are just as valid. So I want to make sure they're involved. Would you recognise that?
I welcome that intervention and wholeheartedly agree, which is why I made the reference to the challenge that I have about the restriction being on those that undertake or have recent experience of, because that person at the back of the class that stays quiet, that they know how to turn in on themselves so they don't get asked difficult questions, they don't have to confront challenges, are the very people who perhaps should sit on a learners' committee to say why it's challenging. And the format of that committee, the format of the outreach to young people has to be appropriate. It can't be sitting around a committee room like this saying, well, what do you think of it? And that's a challenge. But we do have the skills, and both pedagogical and social skills, to interact and engage with young people to get the very best from them. So hopefully it's more than just 5 seconds. It may take longer than that, but it's also important that we listen to it. I'm happy to take an intervention from Ross Greer.
I'm grateful, and I'm particularly grateful to Martin Whitfield for making that point and clarifying that we do want to hear from young people who may not be taking a qualification, Scotland qualification. So on that basis, I would be happy actually to support his 226 at this stage if he does press it. But it would be helpful if he could acknowledge that if both my 119 and his 226 pass, we will then need to do a little bit of reconciliation to tidy this up at stage 3. The primary intention of the language that the government and I landed on in relation to 119 of young people who are undertaking or have experience of undertaking qualifications was in reference to what I said earlier on, that we don't want to disqualify a young person as soon as they've completed their course. And yes, the experience of a young person who is, for example, just finished high school is a really valuable one to have. Having been all the way through, they can reflect back on that, and that's a voice that we want to hear. So I wonder if he appreciates that point and the recognition that if we did pass both 119, 120 and 226, we would need to do a little bit of tidying up to capture both of the points that we're trying to get here, which is that it doesn't necessarily need to be young people who are currently undertaking the qualifications, because those who are not are a particularly important marginalised group that we need to hear from, but we don't want to exclude those who have already undertaken the qualification, i.e. school leavers.
I'm very grateful for that intervention, and perhaps we are seeing a developing skill within stage 2 that might benefit across the whole of the Scottish Parliament. And I welcome that proposal, and I welcome the understanding from the Scottish Government that they are open to that discussion. And I welcome the support that Ross Greer offers, because it is a complex picture. There are groups that will feel that they have been deliberately excluded when actually it's probably more been drafting and concentrating on other groups that has occurred. And I think the ability to return to look carefully at this is very important. And indeed, if I go beyond Amendment 226 to speak about Ross Greer's other amendment about 120, I am very concerned about the framing of that definition for it. And again, that is something that although I don't have a vote, I wouldn't be able to support, because fundamentally I do think there's a challenge, notwithstanding the advice that others in this room have received. But certainly in respect of the proposal with 119 and 226, I think that's a sensible way forward to try and come together with a recognition that children and young people need to be represented on this group and in an appropriate way. And given that merger to consensus, I'll pause at that point, Convener.
Thank you very much. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 225. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Convener. And if I can just start by apologising to my colleague Martin Whitfield, whose amendment I overlooked in my opening. I think it's safe to say I think it's a good amendment for all the reasons he set out, and would support it. I've listened carefully to what members have suggested, and on Amendment 225, on the basis of what I think is an offer to work at stage 3 to address the issues that I've highlighted in that, which is to make sure that people with protected characteristics, people from lower socioeconomic backgrounds and care experienced people have been taken into account, and that the due regard is paid to those. I think that speaks to Willie Rennie and Martin Whitfield's discussion around the young person at the back of the room that hasn't necessarily been heard. And it's my intention in that amendment to try and make sure that they are actually considered in it as well. So on that basis, I'm happy to withdraw Amendment 225 at this point and bring it back with the government's, hopefully the government's support. On 227, convener, is it okay to do them all now?
Yep, no, you're winding up now.
Thank you.
Glancy,
On 227, not necessarily for the reasons that the government and Ross Greer has set out in terms of the involvement of parents on the committee, but because of the point about broadening the definition and being more inclusive to include carers as well as parents, and presumably parents and guardians and carers. I won't press 227 at this point, but just to make the point, I think it is important that we've got parents represented. And perhaps if I bring this amendment back at stage 3, the issue that Ross Greer had highlighted we'll know the situation with the Strategic Advisory Council by that point, and at least there's a, I don't want to say fallback, because I think this is a really good amendment, and I actually think parents should be on the committee, but it will do two things. It will allow me to tidy it up and include language around carers and be inclusive in that respect, but it will also allow us to have a clearer picture of what's happening on the Strategic Advisory Council by stage 3 as well. And so I won't press 227. I think the discussion that has just gone on between Martin Whitfield and Ross Greer is helpful and important, and I think there is a lot to instruct how we do our business in this Parliament in that conversation. We'll also would be supporting Amendment 32, and then Amendment 228 in my name. I would be keen to progress with Amendment 228 at this stage. So when it comes to that moment, I will press it.
Thank you very much. Pam Duncan-Glancy seeks to withdraw Amendment 225. Does any member object? There is no objection. Therefore, Amendment 225 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 49 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 225. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Move.
The question is that Amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 49? And those against Amendment 49? The result of the vote on Amendment 49 is yes 9, no 1. Amendment 49 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 32 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move, please.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 119 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. I remind members that if Amendment 119 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 1 due to the preemption. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 119 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 119? And those against? And those abstaining? The result of the vote on Amendment 119 is yes 9, no 0. There was one abstention. Amendment 119 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 226 in the name of Martin Whitfield, already debated with Amendment 225. Martin Whitfield to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 226 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 226? Those against Amendment 226? Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 226 is yes 5, no 5. As the outcome of the division is tied on Amendment 226, I will now use my casting vote as convener in order for the committee to reach a decision. I vote in favour of Amendment 225. Therefore, the committee agrees to Amendment 226. So Amendment 226 on the casting vote of the convener is agreed. I call Amendment 227 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 225. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Not moved, convener.
Not moved. I call Amendment 50 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Moved.
That is moved. The question is that Amendment 50 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 50? Those against? And abstentions to Amendment 50? The result of the vote on Amendment 50 is yes 9, no 0. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 120 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 120 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 120? Those against? And abstentions on Amendment 120? The result of the vote on Amendment 120 is yes 9, no 0. There was one abstention. Amendment 120 has therefore been agreed to. I call Amendment 33 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. I call Amendment 121 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. I remind members that if Amendment 121 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 51 due to a pre-emption. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. So the question is that Amendment 121 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 121? Those against? And abstentions on Amendment 121? The result of the vote on Amendment 121 is yes 9, no 0. There was one abstention. Amendment 121 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 228 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 225. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 228 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 228? Ms Duncan-Glancy, yes. Just and those against Amendment 228? The result of the vote on Amendment 228 is yes 1, no 9. Amendment 228 is therefore not agreed to. I call Amendment 52 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 225. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
That's moved. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 52? Those against? And abstentions on Amendment 52. The result of the vote on Amendment 52 is yes 9, no 0. There was 1 abstention. Amendment 52 is therefore agreed to. I call Amendment 122 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not moved?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 123 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 124 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 125 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 126 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 127 in the name of Willie Rennie, already debated with Amendment 115. Willie Rennie to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call Amendment 53 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 41. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Formally moved.
The question is that Amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those in favour of Amendment 53? Those against Amendment 53? And those abstaining on Amendment 53? The result of the vote on Amendment 53 is yes 9, no 0. There was 1 abstention. Amendment 53 is therefore agreed to. The question is that Schedule 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I therefore think that is the appropriate time to conclude our consideration of the bill at stage 2 today. I'd like to thank the Cabinet Secretary and her supporting officials for their attendance, and also to committee members and other MSPs for attending today. Could I also remind you that despite the large number of amendments we have, there is still an opportunity to lodge more. The deadline for lodging amendments is 12 noon tomorrow. Amendments can only be lodged on the aspects of the bill that we haven't considered. Therefore, from Schedule 2 onwards, Section 2 onwards, and as I say, the deadline for that is noon tomorrow, which is Thursday noon. The committee will continue its consideration at its meeting on the 30th of April, and I now close this meeting. Thank you.